Okay, so good morning, everybody. Welcome for the third and last day of this international conference of the Arenas project, Going Extreme History Narratives and the Threat to Democracy in Europe. As well, most of you know, yesterday we talked about mostly nation and gender in different sessions with different keynote speaker and a roundtable. Today, this morning, we talk about science. For that, we have here as a keynote speaker, and I'm very glad that he accepts our invitation, Camil Ungureanu, that is Serra Hunter Associate Professor of Political Philosophy at the Universitat Pompeu Fabra of Barcelona. He's also coordinator of the MA in Political Philosophy, and well, his research and really a lot of publication are focused on different topics, contemporary political theory, art, religion, cinema, and politics. I only want to remember some of these, well, his books and other publication, as in 2020, the book published here in Spain, Cine y Política, una inmersión rápida. 20, some years before, 2017, with Paolo Monti, Contemporary Democratic Theory and Religion, published by Routledge. With Ferrar Requejo, he edited also in 2016, Democracy, Law and Religious Pluralism in the New Europe. And before also with Kostika Bradatan, Religion in Contemporary European Cinema, the Post-Secular Constellation. And finally, he is now leading a project in the Pompeu Fabra University about far-right environment in Eastern and Southern Europe. He is working, in fact, about the case mostly of Spain and Romania, and he published this year an article with Alexandra Popartan about the new far-right, well, Vox in Spain, and ecology, the green grass of the nation is the title. Well, so Camil, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, and it's
Thanks
a pleasure to hear you.
So basically, I've been doing a few things except for science. So I tried to resist Stephen's invitation for a few months, but in the end, I gave in, so here I am trying to speak about science, and I'm glad to be here. I got to know also the members of the group. It's a fantastic atmosphere, so thanks a lot, Stephen, for the invitation and for the discussions. I mean, I enjoyed it quite a lot, and I'll try to connect to the discussions in the past 2 days, since I see this as a sort of open dialogue, right? So. Can you see the slide?
Yeah, the slide.
Thanks a lot. So I start with a quote from a book that actually is the background, in some sense, of my presentation. It's a book from 1944, an old book by Adorno and Horkheimer, The Dialectic of Enlightenment. And what they basically say in this quote is that the program, the Enlightenment, meant basically the project, a project of emancipation of society through knowledge and through science. But actually, as Francis Bacon, the philosopher, noted from the very beginning of modernity, knowledge, scientific knowledge, is power, is huge power. And with huge power, obviously, we have social and political problems. I'll try to unwrap a little bit this basic intuition. So in the presentation, I'll deal head-on with a question that was tantalizingly asked a couple of times yesterday by Stephen, and emerged also in the first day a little bit. What is actually extreme, right? I'll try by the end of the presentation to venture a definition or a characterization. And my whole argument is about the necessity to actually enlarge the focus of this concept, extremism, right? So I have a part which is more of a diagnostic of the contemporary situation, and I'll go beyond the far right. I'll do a little bit of a relationship between far right and science. And the last part will be a little bit more constructive. So pedantically, I start, and I wanted to keep in mind this definition of the Oxford Dictionary of what is extreme. So where does it come from? Extremus it's a superlative form of exter, outside. Outer is referred to what is greatest, to the furthest point, what is the most intense, as in extreme weather, extreme emotions. So it has a physical and a metaphorical meaning. In the case of extreme far right, extreme is used as a sort of normally as a sort of a spatial metaphor, just like far right. Far from what? Far from the center, right? Opposed words in the Oxford Dictionary are normal, reasonable, acceptable, what refers to the center, okay? I'll try to problematize that, to scratch a little bit the surface. The argument is this: while I think that a lot of the discussion, not all discussions, a lot of discussion refers to or takes into account extreme narratives and also practices by focusing on far right, I think that's a symptom, right? So a lot of the debates focus on the symptom and not on the structural problems at stake. So I want to broaden the concept of the extreme by referring to, first, to other phenomena that actually they were mentioned yesterday, mostly to the center-right parties, and complicate a little bit this narrative of contamination, mainstreaming that is fairly dominant in conventional political sciences. And the second part of the argument is to say that actually there is something deeper going on. There is what I call a logic of the extreme that is nested in doxa, core institution, and practices, right? So by drawing on the tradition of critical theory and on some, I think, familiar arguments for you, I'll try to complicate a little bit the Oxford definition, right? So I'll do that in 4 steps, I think, yes. So for relationship between far right and science, telegraphically, because we have a roundtable, then I'll put a little bit on meat on the argument that we need to look at the extreme narrative and practices beyond the extreme or far right parties. That's really imperative. You know, it's more relevant practically, as I'll argue, and the mechanisms of production of extreme discourses in the public spheres should be complexified beyond the so-called mainstreaming, normalization, or contamination theses that are dominant in the conventional political science. Then I move to the structural argument concerning what I call the logic of the extreme, and I'll try to end in a positive, constructive note, right? So the focus, well, first the far right parties and the relationship with the extreme. Now, what do the current extreme right parties or far right parties do? So I go back to a nice explanation that they find in Marxist German ideology about the ideology as functioning as a camera obscura, right? That produces on the retina, the image produced on the retina is an inverted image. So I think that systematically, through various rhetorical strategies that can be mapped from United States to, I don't know, to the Philippines in recent time, the extremist authoritarian forces, what they do is to create a sort of a inverted world. So I give you here some 6 examples. Science is between them. So the scientific consensus about the climate change is sold or is framed as religion. That is, not any kind of religion, not the good religion, as dogma or dogmatic, right? Or, for instance, brazen fake news and are sold as real truth. Brazenness and vulgarity as honesty. Take, for instance, I give here the example of Trump's Truth Social, right? So there is a revendication of truths here, right? But we know that systematically he uses fake news. So this is part of this type of mechanisms. Or take, for instance, the piece of news from this morning that I read in the Euro Chamber. Who is the new proposals of extreme right for the prize of freedom of conscience? Elon Musk, right? Another example of this kind of disturbing rhetoric of inversion. Or, for instance, authoritarian practices are sold as the real freedom or as the real democracy. Or in the case of Vox, it's something that I wrote about, what they speak about is real ecology, right? As opposed to the fake ecology, that is the progress ecology, which is based actually on scientific knowledge. So the example can be multiplied. Reference to feminism and other issues. I don't want to say that this is all that far-right parties do in rhetorical terms, but I think this is really important. It's transversal and it happens at the global level. That is the creation of a sort of camera obscura, right? Now, concerning religion, there is variety. So there is the systematic inversion, but there is also variety. So you need to complexify that. So telegraphically, I think that far right moved globally away from a denialist, anti-scientific discourse, not in all cases. So here I give an example of a flamboyant Romanian female leader, which in a photo, this photo became famous. It's taken in a European Parliament, in the new European Parliament. She's newly elected in the European Parliament, and with an icon, she shouted, "In God we trust, you criminals." She had the muzzle as well to signify the fact that her freedom of speech is actually impeded by the criminals in the European Parliament. She is also dressed in the Romanian ear, which is traditional popular dress. I mean, the whole package. You have it here. So this is a quote from her. She changed actually, meanwhile, in the sense that now explicitly she's pro-science. It's a quote from the period of COVID, right? I'm not going to speak that much about this because it's really familiar, the relationship with science and all this, right? So another attitude is actually has become a little bit more common, and what I call the partial acceptance of the scientific discourse, an acceptance that is based on minimization. So it's not climate emergency; it's climate change. You accept that. So those who are into climate emergency, those are the religious dogmatic ones. So not rejection of the scientific discourse, but minimization, right? Okay? And the third element is a transformation, which is really interesting, a sort of transformative reappropriation, which kind of integrates the scientific discourse into a holist, New Age-ish type of myth-laden discourse. So here you have, different specialists, experts, scientists, doctors, lawyers, and so on and so forth that have their shows on TV, that have connections with the far right. This is one of them, and the aesthetics is really says it all. This guy, what is written there is it's in Romanian. The translation is educational scientific show, and below it's written, we promise immortality, right? And that's eccentric, but there's something deep, I think, going on, because what they appeal to is, well, they appeal to, on the one hand, to integrate science, don't deny science, but on the other hand, they want to come up with a sort of narrative that gives answers to what is a real problem: alienation in capitalist society. That's a structural problem, right? So the answer to a deep problem with problematic means, obviously, but they do that. And also, I think you need to take seriously that because it's serious. I mean, if you think of Silicon Valley, and of programs like the Calico programs, which is dedicated to overcoming death, you know, it's a secretive program that involves scientists. Billions are involved. We don't know exactly what they do, and the idea is to overcome death. You know, the old religious, if you will, myth. So there is something going on there that is actually analyzed interestingly in this deconstructive book of Adorno and Horkheimer, in which they argue basically that although science in the modern period, as part of this program of the Enlightenment, was linked to the idea of disenchantment of the world, getting rid of religious illusions, right? Getting rid of falsity. Actually, what happened is that science has been generating new myths, right? And I think this is going on, and this is important to take into account, and is connected not simply conventionally with some far-right movements. It's not transversal. It's a sort of minority thing, but is deeply related to Silicon Valley, which has much more impact and much more influence, for instance. Now, I think also it's important to look beyond narrative. Take, for instance, Vox systematically. Take, for instance, Vox. In 2019, they made an eco-turn, just like other far-right forces. They changed the discourse. They embraced science in one way or another, right? But if you look at the practice, they're denialist. So in a sense that in practice, if you take concretely the beautiful environmental justice atlas, you find it on the web, that maps all the environmental conflicts in the world, right? So, and you can go to the country and see a list of environmental conflicts. It's really a nice tool. And you take all the conflicts in Spain in the past 6 years, conflicts between business interest and environmental protection. Vox sided all the time in practical terms with, well, guess what? With Pepe protecting the business interest and not the environment. So it's really important to, beyond the abandonment of the science denialism, to look at the practice to see exactly what is going on. Whether in practice, you know, they actually follow the scientific insights or do not. Okay. I want to this is something that emerged in the discussions. I mean, not everything that far right people say is extreme, I think. So, also there are some things that are actually reasonable and spot on, right? So they're wrapped up in a nationalist, extremely xenophobic discourse, but sometimes. And that's bizarre. Sometimes in practice, good causes in narrative, but also practical terms, concrete terms, are supported by bad arguments, by nationalist arguments, by religious xenophobia, right? So to give an example, in Romania, actually, the far right called Daur, I mean, the leader, George Simion, is a hardcore nationalist, but also an environmental activist. And that, he was an environmental activist quite a few years before the foundation of the party, and they carry on with that, right? So, here I think there are some elements in some of the far right groups that we should look. You should look with the sort of complex glasses, as it were. For instance, there is a rejection in some far right voices of managerial scientism, and an emphasis on the importance of the local or communal knowledges, right? And they are right on that, you know. But again, they are right or not, in the sense that these good causes and good narrative elements, they're wrapped up in you know, authoritarian practices and exclusivist forms of nationalism and so on, right? So now the second step of the argument, broadening the focus. And I broadened the focus with respect to center-right parties, but I think that some of the left-right parties as well fall into this category. So historians, you are the majority historian, I think should maybe complexify their agenda when it comes to the production and the practice of, well, extremist dynamics, let's say, okay? So this category of parties is really important because first it's the largest in the world, right? And it has a much more impact than the far-right parties, actually, right? So I think we need to actually blur the distinction between the two, again, contextually. And already, this was done yesterday, and I think convincingly. Both Alejandro and exactly, they pointed out with concrete examples the discussion of Rajoy and Sarkozy that actually extremist discourses and practices emerge at the center. I mean, Rajoy, this a little bit of context. The example that was given by Alejandro yesterday, I think he's not here, is from 2012 with this new health reform, right? In 2012, Vox did not exist. It was created in December 2013. And actually, it was irrelevant, absolutely irrelevant, with no impact on Spanish politics in 2019, right? So it erupted on the political scene, and since 2019 he has been having influence, but 2012 there is absolutely no influence. So the rottenness emerges in the center, you know. There is no contamination here, okay? There is no mainstreaming from a force that comes from somehow outside of the liberal democratic framework, okay? There's something deeper going on, and we should focus on that. And the Sarkozy example is the same. I mean, at that point, Le Front National didn't play a key role in French politics. Now, yes, but at that point, no. Okay, it was really Sarkozy. It was really at the center. Okay, some historian is really shaking their head. So I'm already on shaky grounds. Of course, I'm with historians. I'm a philosopher. So, anyways, I want to move to a little bit of a safer ground, which is closer to what I know a little bit better. So, but I think because I think this argument holds in different cases, right? So. This argument complexifies this mainstream literature, which I don't think is wrong. I think it is right. I mean, this contamination, mainstreaming, normalization thesis, they're not the same thing. I don't have time to get into detail of a huge literature that mainly comes from the immigration studies initially, but I think we need to envisage different mechanisms of going extreme, as it were, to use the title of the conference. So, inner transformation. Think of India. I mean, Modi's party transformed, as it were, from the inside. Of course, we need to discuss what is this inside, because it's complex, you know. But or the Republican Party, I guess. You know, there is no extremist party that actually contaminated it. Or another mechanism is reverse contamination. As you get a little bit in detail, is the case in which the contamination exists, but it doesn't come from the far right. It actually comes from the center, and it moves to the far right, you know. And that's in part the Spanish case, as I'll explain. Or in other cases, you have just collusion and mutual enforcement. You see that in Spain right now, in certain cases in which Pepe is not really constrained to defend business interests in environmental conflicts. He's not constrained by alliances with Vox, but he just does it. right? So you have a sort of mutual enhancement, right? There is no external contamination or mainstreaming or something that happens in the outside, the outskirts, as it were, of the nice liberal democratic arena. So you need to complexify the mechanisms, right? There is contamination, there is normalization, but we need to actually map more complex mechanisms. So more concretely, here you have the great Aznar, who is the founder of the Partido Popular, which before is called Alianza Popular, anyway, People's Party. What you see is very clearly that the narrative that we call extremist in terms of ecology emerges with him, and emerges years before even the foundation of the Vox Party. And he has a strong anti-scientific dimension, which for us now is very familiar, because he proclaims, you know, in different places, ecology is the new communism, right? This is more than 20 years ago, right? And posits that actually ecologism does what? Impedes on, and there are two rhetorical tropes for it that are interconnected. Ecologism, the ecology agenda, one, is totalitarian. That's the connection with communism. Communism, for him, doesn't mean Gramsci, it means Stalin, basically, right? So one is against freedom, right? But the uncanny thing is here that in some of the codes and in some of the positionings where he is pressed with the reference to scientific consensus, he appeals to freedom. Well, a freedom of speech. As if somebody would tell me, well, you know, you should accept that water boils at 100 Celsius degrees. I say, hey, don't take a totalitarian position on me, you know. I have freedom of speech here, you know, don't impede my freedom, you know. So it's just absurd. But I mean, there are the tropes and the narrative structure that would be developed by Vox, right? Here you have it. And here there is another center-right fellow, is Václav Klaus, who was president after the 90s. He's really one of the key figures of Czech politics. He was both president and prime minister, right? And here is, he published a book called Not Green, wink, wink, not Green Planet, but Blue Planet, right? And he was presented, translated to Spain, promoted by Aznar. So here you have Aznar and Václav Klaus, I think in 2006, trashing the scientific consensus. So again, we should broaden the scope of our research. This is going on, right, and is expanding, right? So the center is under transformation. Pretty much, well, almost everywhere, right? In different degrees. The maverick trickster of the Spanish politics, the second most influential, if not maybe the most influential person in the People's Party. Here you have Ayuso. She has a variety on record, a variety of declarations whereby she actually minimizes, trashes science, makes fun of, right? Of the scientific discourse. I put here a rather large quote from El Simpático Rajoy, who invokes his cousin in the meeting of the best scientists in the world, to say, well, if you're not even able to predict the weather tomorrow, how can you actually develop a scientific discourse about climate change? I mean, come on, it's ridiculous, you know, he says, appealing to his cousin. I mean, Rajoy, he was one of the kind, and we miss him, right? But here there are these two dimensions that are interconnected of this discourse, right? The opposition between the connection between the scientific consensus concerning climate change and religion or dogma, right? And the fact that this religion and dogma is imposed by the progressives and is a threat to freedom, right? Okay, so this is really Vox until recent times, and many, as you know, far-right parties. Here, I couldn't refrain from putting an example. The aesthetics, again, says it all. but is a center-right. She is the leader of a key center-right party in Romania. We have elections in November in Romania, so we'll see Elena Lasconi, who is also flirts with denialism, right? Center-right. So again, complexification. And this complexification, I think it should go deeper, right? And it should go deeper. I'm a little bit afraid to speak about that, but I think there is, because I'm not a historian, but luckily Alejandro left, so, but open my readings, not original research, but you see that there is a deep continuity here between Vox and Pepe on the one hand, and the phases that is called desarrollismo, of the Franco regime. So basically, during Franco, you have this this image of Spanish nature, the celebration of Spanish nature, related to, some organicism, nostalgia for home, for family, for protection. I mean, there is a continuity there. But Franco, in the later period, if you look at what he was doing, and that's the key argument of a fundamental book that deals with the question of water, right? That is fundamental for history of Spain, and it remains, it's dramatically so. It's becoming now liquid water by Zwingado. He basically argues, look, the discourse was that, but in practice it was business, as much business as possible, right? At the international level. I mean, so really, this is this discourse. Actually, you have it in Vox, for instance. You have a certain vision of nature. I don't have time to get into that resonates with Francoism, a certain top way that are echoes even from the Nazi discourses about nature. Nostalgia, a crave for some sort of purity and protective purity, and so on and so forth. So, but when it comes to practical conflicts, is business as usual, right? Anyways, I want to move now to the third, a little bit more structural argument before getting maybe more constructive, not necessarily more optimistic, but no, always optimistic. So, okay, so I think we should go deeper, right? And I think that there is a sort of a logic, what I call a logic of the extreme, right? And if you think of the question of science, there is a sort of a double paradox that I kind of see in our capitalist societies, right? Can be democracies or authoritarian, can take authoritarian forms or kind of mixed forms. But I see this as a transversal thing, just as capitalism is transversal and global, right? So on the one hand, you have a ever-increasing reliance and dependence on scientific development, right? Think of artificial intelligence right now. It has an impact on all aspects of our lives, from politics to love, right? So to friendship, you name it, okay? On the other hand, there is an increasing what I call unavailability or opaqueness. And this is due, or opacity, and this is due to the fact that science is extremely complex, right? Who understands, I mean, you might get, as a professor of philosophy, if you put a little bit of effort, I might be able to understand what is going on in my, let's say fridge or something, right? But the large language models, how actually functions the artificial intelligence, I can understand some basic things, which are superficial, but how actually technically it works, that's hugely difficult. You really need to get into superior mathematics. You need to study seriously, right? And I think this gap, it increases between the impact of science, which it becomes ever more radical. Think of genetic engineering, right? And the whole range of what they're called high-risk technologies, right? From geoengineering, from CRISPR, you name it. There are quite a few, right, out there. And on the other hand, the fact that we as citizens, a member of a democratic community, we don't get it. We don't reach there. We depend on them increasingly, but but it's difficult to understand them and then to control them, right? So that's the first paradox. The second one is related more to the question of living in a capitalist society. On the one hand, there is a systematic use of science that underpins capitalist extractivism and capitalist development, right? So, for instance, I don't know, think of a hot issue these days in China, in the European Union, and the United States, rare materials like lithium and so on. You know, there is a global competition for that. Well, in order to find resources, you need science, right? You need science to go around the world, you know, inspect and map the oceans to see where you can find them and how you can actually extract them in order to prevail in the competition for, I don't know, making chips or whatever. Chips, do you say? Chips like in computer chips. Okay. On the other hand, and that's the more subtle and interesting, if you will, contradiction or element of the paradox. There are different strategies of what I call miscognition, strategies of miscognizing science. And again, here I think historians are really important in mapping these strategies. So the general argument is this. We tend to look first on the symptom, which is far right, the symptom of a deep crisis of capitalist democracies and capitalist societies more generally. And we tend to look too much into showy or flashy or in the eyes denialism. But actually, ignoring science presupposes a variety of oblique, complex strategies, right? They need to be mapped, and they have a bigger impact than actually the far right has on practice, right? So these practices can go from marginalization, trivialization, glossing over, behind the door negationism, right? Or conspiracy. I use this word, conspiracy. And I refer to a book which is absolutely a brilliant book of a historian of science, The Merchant of Doubt. She uses conspiracy, and I think rightly so, to refer to different to groups of scientists and to types of industries. Also, this is related to the tobacco industry, to the climate science, and so on and so forth. Now, we should distinguish, I think we should not be shy, we ought to be prudish in academia about using conspiracy, you know, because that sounds like conspirationism. Conspiracy and conspirationism are two different things. Conspirationism means explaining the world on the basis of the logic of the development of the world, on the basis of what small groups of people decide behind the doors. And the world, I mean, that's paranoia, because obviously the world is too complex to actually be reduced to that. But there is a big difference between conspirationism as a sort of systematic approach to how the world develops, and take into account that conspiracies happen. And I reveal here, I like very much this quote from the founder of capitalism, nonetheless, the god of the Chicago school, Adam Smith, who in The Wealth of Nations, he draws attention to the fact that one of the dangers of the development of the market, or the free development of the market, is actually a conspiracy. That is, economic groups or individuals who, behind the door, you know, make agreements that go against the public good. You know, this is the quote from Adam Smith. So I think that happens, right? And I think you should not be shy of also taking into account such words as conspiracy. But again, the miscognition, I use a Bourdieu word, and I expand it, is méconnaissance in French. The miscognition strategies, I think, they're varied and they're more important in practical terms with respect to the question of science than the flashy denialism that we normally focus on. And here we need history, you know, to do that. Archival work, interviews, to map these this practical complexity, right? The second side of the argument, and here I put two quotes from, another two quotes from Adorno and Horkheimer's Dialectic of Enlightenment. This book is not against, let's say, science. It's favorable to science. But what they note is that, first, trivialities. Science is power, and that generates problems, right? And the second thing is that in the capitalist society, scientific endeavor tends to be reduced to what they call instrumental reasons, right? So this is conveyed by the second quote, right? And they say technology is the essence of this knowledge, that is scientific knowledge. It aims to produce neither concepts nor images, nor the joy of understanding, you know. I mean, one image of scientific endeavor is, this is driven by the joy of understanding, by curiosity, which is disinterested. There is that. They don't deny that. But what happens that in practical terms, in capitalist society, capitalist extractivism becomes fundamentally entangled and determines scientific endeavor, tending to reduce it to what they call instrumental reason. That is, to an objectifying relation to nature, but also to the members of the community, right? And that's a big problem. And I think they're right. So we need to look at the question of science and of what is actually extreme in a deeper way. So what I call the logic of the extreme pertains to an analysis of capitalism that you find already in Marx and Engels. And basically their argument is that capitalism tends, and therein lies its extremism, tends to take over with its logic of profit, of take over of other domains of practice and life, tends to colonize them, being sports, science, aesthetics, religion, politics, and so on and so forth. And that's a big problem because it has violent, destructive implications and consequences. So I think here there is something deep going on, and you need to, in order to understand our current condition, you need to go beyond the narrow use of extremism to point to certain parties that are a symptom of a deeper problem and deeper trouble. Now, in order to exemplify this argument of the deep bond between science and capitalism, I put here a piece of news that I found by the TASS, which is the official Russian, is from this year. So it's Putin gave a decree. I mean, these are things that you don't really read about them, So, but you can find on the internet. Gave a decree. So he has a national science policy that is systematic, and it resembles quite a lot the European Union policy in terms of priorities, actually. And here we have a very sweet image of a very likable Putin shaking hands with the robot. So I mean, this entanglement between capitalism and science. I mean, capitalist extractivism is driven by capitalist competition between China, United States. Well, a little bit of European Union is driven by scientific development. Is or should be at the core of a reflection of what is going on in terms of, extreme dynamics in our society, and which is actually normalized and embedded in our institutions and common sense. What about Europe? Well, if you look at the literature on what is going on in the case of artificial intelligence and artificial intelligence governance, is really market-driven. It's not citizen-driven. It's market-driven, mainly. There was a struggle to that meant a partial win to actually introduce in the European Union Act the word the more democracy. But if you look at the mechanisms of the of the European governance that are developing right now is really market-driven. Just as if you look at the critical literature, what is going on in the green transition, there's a lot of nice talk, but actually, in practice, the green transition, which is, well, a good thing and an absolutely emergent and necessary thing, well, it is so, but if it becomes just a facet of extractivism, it becomes a little bit of a less so, right? So here I put a nice caricature that I found with Elon and his mother to make a reference to the Draghi report that was published, I think last week or 2 weeks ago. Well, I had a look at the Draghi report, and the Draghi report, it says, well, Europe is doomed if you don't implement a sort of a new Marshall Plan. I mean, and it conveys a sort of malaise or sort of a bad dream that he. And the bad dream can be captured by one idea. How come that you don't have Elon Musk in Europe? We need one, right? This is the deep concern of Draghi. Is basically that. I mean, I simplified it. It's a complex report, but he says, well, we don't have a Silicon Valley. I like lagging behind. China and the United States. If you want to survive, we need that. So here, what you have is at the center of the European discourse. You have a sort of a reproduction of the same dynamic with differences, democracy, and a lot of nice words, that involves a deep problematic entanglement between capitalism, science, and problematic, not citizen-oriented, let's say, policies, right? So what do we expect? So what I find here in the case of II, as far as it is developed, but also in the field of green transition, is a sort of a patchwork, what I call patchwork democratic approach, right? So there are parches in Spanish. How do you say parches? They are just elements of adjustment, but they are really secondary to what is going on. What is going on is precisely this entanglement that I try to unravel. Now, what about the more of a positive spin, if anything? Now, first, the key problem was, I think, precisely identified in the first day by Professor Subirats when he said that the deep problem that we have to face is inequality. I think that's the big problem, in the big malaise, and part of the large part of the explanation of the emergence of these authoritarian forces in the midst of our liberal democracies, whatever that means, is inequality. Is that the democratic promise has not been fulfilled. That's a problem identified by Subirats, but also by Aristotle, actually, some 2,000 years ago in the Politics. He says it very clearly. It is no possibility to build a community of free individuals, of free citizens, in a society in which economic disparities, economic inequalities are abysmal. Inequalities, okay, they are legitimate. He did not, he was not imagining, just like Plato, a sort of communist or proto-communist regime where propriety is put in common, or everybody is equal in economic terms. Nothing like that in Aristotle. However, if these inequalities are abysmal, that undermines freedom, and that's the problem that actually we face nowadays. Aristotle is always good to read, so and Stephen thinks I'm a philosopher, so I felt compelled to mention some philosophers as well who anticipate very well our problems. Now, if you look at my field, this political theory, you see you have a big problem. And that big problem probably derives from the fact that many political philosophers who are still influential build their theories somehow in opposition with what they took as communism or the communist threat, or in the circumstances of the Cold War. So you see transversally from Hannah Arendt, Shklar, Hayek, Berlin, Habermas' roles, you see a definition of understanding of democracy that is mainly political, that forgets about society. And I do think that now we need a sort of a new foundational moment in if we are to overcome this deep problem that is the root of the far-right movements, inequality. If you are to overcome it, we need a sort of a refoundation of democratic discourse and practices in the European Union, but not only, based on understanding of democracy as a social project, right? If not a way of life, right? So what about the role of science in this enterprise? It's very, very complicated because we are with these paradoxes that I mentioned, right? How do you go about them? Well, we need institutional inventions, right? We are kind of far. People don't speak about that in the public sphere. Theories, they do. What you have, for instance, in order to deal with the first paradox, increasing relevance of science and impact on our daily life at all aspects. On the one hand, the opaqueness of science, the unavailability of the citizens to scientific discourse and technologies, right? So what you have right now systematically implemented, apart from the nice European ideas that we have to comply with when you have European project, is called civic science. We need to reach out to the people. But that's really insufficient, right? You have, in terms of concrete mechanisms, you have parliamentary supervision, but you need really new type of, mini publics. Some people speak, like Zeynep Pamuk, speak about science courts. I don't like the word courts, but what she means is really public debates where citizens with scientists who explain such and such technologies and their impact, what type of CRISPR, for instance. You have different scientists who debate, explain in simple terms beyond the technicalities, the impact and ethical relevance, and you have citizens speak randomly who engage in that and have a say somehow on the policy as well. We are far from that, but I think that if we are to deal with this paradoxes generated by the amazing, accelerated, unprecedentedly accelerated revolution, techno-revolution that we are undergoing. Think of artificial intelligence. We need something substantively more on the democratic side, to actually move towards what I called, putting things in a broader framework, democracy as a social project, if not a way of life. And this type of dynamic should clearly go towards a sort of what I call a new alliance between science, democracy, and a sort of eco-humanistic vision that also moves away from extractivism. Here I make a distinction between extractivism, systematic extractivism, and extraction. I don't think we can go beyond extraction or instrumental reason, right? That is criticized as a sort of reductionist approach to science. Well, that's part of our civilization. The problem becomes when instrumentally reason and the dynamics that are realized on that basis take over, as it were. They're generalized. Okay, conclusions very fast. Stephen is getting patient here. So I try to argue that we need to enlarge the focus, right? So we focus on the symptom, and we should look beyond that. And we focus on a part of a symptom. We should first look into the systematic of the center parties. And I focused on the center right, but I think that some center left also have these complex, what I call miscognition strategies, right? Deviance, marginalization, trivialization, minimization, right? Maybe sometimes conspiracy. And the third step was to suggest that actually the type of civilization that we live on, right, the type of society, the capitalist society, have a sort of extreme dynamic at this basis. And I think even from a liberal or Republican perspective, one can accept, in my view at least, the Marx's and Engels' basic insight that what's going on in the capitalist society is that the economic profit-making dynamic tends to take over the other dimensions of our existence, and that's radical. You know, the effects are radical over nature, but also of our lives, and that's extreme, and that's problematic. It's the root. It's the root of our problems. Here, on purpose, I put forward an argument that goes beyond, but something that I have doubts about, namely the neoliberal narrative. You know, which is very limited in terms of explanation. It focuses on a specific period, and I think not only that is very limited, but it also gives too much power to ideas. It is as if some Chicago boys shaped practice in an unmediated way through their ideas. Ideas matter, but I think other factors matter. And third point, the way we reach a situation in which at the global level we are in trouble didn't follow the same path. So my feeling is that, but again, it's my feeling. It's not, I'm not a historian. My feeling is that for left-wingers, too often neoliberalism works like a magic key, the magic explanation. You say neoliberalism, and then you have fusion between spontaneous fusion between scholars. We know what you talk about. It's, the great cause, the great evil, right? I'm sure neoliberalism is evil, but I think that we need maybe a little bit more complex explanation. So what is extremism? So yesterday, I decided to actually venture a definition. I mean, I didn't intend to, but in the end, pressed by Stephen's questions, yesterday, I thought, well, maybe I should approximate the difference. So I thought of defining what I call societal extremism. So not only political, it can be economic, it can be social, right? So that's why I use the word societal. So you have a constellation of different sets of discourses and or institutional practices, so it can be institutionalized or not, that are systematically cruel, and I referred to debate yesterday, the cruelty of Rajoy's law, right? We spoke about that. Violent, then it's not exactly the same, or destructive, and that can take authoritarian forms, authoritarian parties, movements, political regimes, or eco-social or economic dynamics, right? So I refer obviously to extremism in a specific context, which is our discussion. I don't refer to, I don't know, psychology of such and such person, for instance, psychotic. And the second, and with this I finish, I mean, I do think that we are sort of a crossroads. Things are getting worse. We discussed that in the first day. We commented on the chilling new surveys concerning what young people, the youngest people, think about democracy and authoritarianism. I mean, when 60% of those who are between 19 and 25 years old, when they are asked whether they will sacrifice some liberties in order to preserve their way of life, well-being or something like that, and I remember the formulation. This is really worrying, because democracy is not associated to the way of life, to a vision, to well-being, and so on and so forth, right? So things are, I think, dramatic. When so many people go for that, right? So I think we are sort of a crossroads, and the crisis is deepening, and I'm worried when I listen to, for instance, Kamala Harris. I just worry that she has just this patchwork democratic approach to deep structural problems, and I'm worried also when I listen to van Leiden for the same or similar reason. And I wanted to finish with two quotes. One is from a philosopher, cultural theorist, Benjamin, right, who in Thesis on the Philosophy of History, he says there is a document of civilizations is not at the same time a document of barbarism. And I do think that this applies to our civilizations. There is a deep logic of the extreme that is at the core of, well, common institution and common practices, right? And as a bow to our organizers, I moved to Italy. I liked very much this quote. We are at the crossroad. We don't know exactly yet. I mean, as I was in my question yesterday, I was trying to suggest, well, Vox or Our in Romania, Vox in Spain or Our in Romania are not exactly iron guard. So, I mean, they're not physically, systematically violent, right? But we don't know how we're going to interpret them, these phenomena, in 2 years. We don't know their significance, right? Because we are inside of a process, right? And this can get worse, right? And this quote from this great historian who is in a fight with legal fight with Meloni is that fascism actually did not emerge immediately as a dictatorship. It became gradually a dictatorship, and I thought that I would finish here with the reference to a historian. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you really very much, Camil. A lot of idea or well, things to think about, really. So I think we have like around 15 minutes, more or less, to question, debate, some consideration from the public. We have one person here. Yeah. Sorry for the micro.
Hi. You mentioned that the root of the extremism is inequality in the societies, and I tend to agree. But then I think about the countries that are more equal, according to many statistics, which are the Nordic countries, and they have really worrying extreme far-right parties that are everything that Vox is and more. How could you explain that?
Maybe we take a couple of questions. Yeah, there's another there.
Thank you very much for this very interesting speech. And I have one question. You were speaking in the beginning about the shift from denialism and rejection of certain scientific consensus towards what you called méconnaissance strategies. Miscognition strategies, right? Yeah. How do you explain that shift? Why? What drove that shift? In the sense that, was it simply greater awareness of the public which made rational political actors adapt for electoral purposes, or not? Are there other drivers?
The shift from miscognition to?
I meant from denialism. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And I think there's a question here.
Yes, thank you very much. A lot of ideas. I'm happy that you quote German philosophers too. Now,
always.
I could react to the first question, because maybe it can help you. I would think, inequality, maybe in terms of perception of inequality, and the idea that these inequalities can be overcome or not. And I think it's a really good perspective, because I mean, when I think about Germany in the 50s, there were inequalities, but the people had the feeling that this personal situation would be improving, and that was a topic in the first day.
Yeah,
that's
point.
The perspective.
Lack of perspective.
And there are also very interesting studies about AfD voters in Germany, and think there is a difference between how they perceive the personal situation and how they perceive the general situation. And sometimes I say, yes, there are more and more inequalities and social problems, but when they are asked about a personal situation, they don't answer the same. So it's, I think a lot of had to do with perceptions, and the media and social media play a role. And my, what you say about yes, that the extremism comes from the center. I think it depends on the situation, because when I think of German case today, I wouldn't say that. But when I think about 19th century, I would say that. Because the idea, for example, what I said yesterday about Überfremdung of a foreignization, that came way from the middle of the society, from the center. It was liberal politicians or intellectuals, historians, that spread this narrative. So I would say it's not something that just happened now, but yeah, it's really something, and maybe some kind of circulation, and I wouldn't say, but of really interesting thoughts.
Maybe we take a fourth question here, no? It's okay for you? Or you want to answer? Yeah,
no, it's okay. I'm forgetting
no, so maybe, okay.
No, I'm forgetting the questions I don't know what to answer for, so it's perfect for me. More questions. More questions.
Okay, so Yara?
Okay. Thank you so much. It will bring to many discussions. It's super interesting and very related to what we do in arenas. And I wanted to go to the definition of extremism. And according to that, I have a question. Can we defend democracy or the democratic system, democratic society in an extreme way? Should we? Is that possible? And if yes, that brings us to the paradox of how tolerant we can be with intolerance, and how tolerant can we be with extreme, and does extreme need to be negative, cruel, violent, or is it sometimes justified?
And there's a question there at the end, Neil, and then to connect this is interesting, because in political terms is the debate that there is now in Poland about what can the Donald Tusk government do if they follow all the rules to try to change the urbanization of the system of the peace government. They cannot do it because they create new institutions. And there's a debate where, for example, I think it was the Financial Times or the Economist say, no, they could break the rule to recover democracy. But other institutions say no, because if you use the same tools of the others, you are well. So it's I think it's a good point, more theoretically and also practically in some way. Okay, there's a question there.
Just very quickly, and somehow in line with what with the last, at least the last provocation, how can we defend on the side of the democracy, let's say, a position against what you call social extremism, when we have somehow forsaken important concepts like free speech that has been stolen on the side. So this is our position now defended by Trump, by his allies like Elon Musk. Wouldn't it be, so how do you navigate these contradictions both in practice and in theory? Shouldn't it be smart, let's say, to steal some of these concepts back when we at least say we are on the side of democracy, which has to go also with freedom?
Can I? Okay. Yeah, it's just, I really forgot some of the questions. They're really important. So the answer is yes. You need to steal them back, right? So, for instance, I think it's wrong if the democratic forces don't deal systematically with the question of family or nation, right? I like very much what Alejandro answered to actually a similar question. We are not here. Yesterday morning, Alejandro said, when I raised this question about the nation, right? Because his constructive discourse all about, he seemed very cosmopolitan, but he answered something really nice, I thought. We do need, not maybe the question of to co-opt nationalism, but patriotism, right? He spoke about social patriotism, right? Understood in terms of solidarity, equality among citizens. I find that really nice. It's a nice example of counter co-opting that I think is urgent. But I do think a discourse on the family is really important, there's a culture war going on. So you'd better co-opt, and not only co-opt. Which are the media on which you co-opt, right? So we, in the first debate, there's raised the question of the fragmentation of the public sphere, the fact that you have influencers that are far right. So, you know, you have, I know, 20 influencers with 200,000 followers. That's a lot, you know, and you don't have, you need influencers as well on the other side. So both the medium is important and the counter-narrative. Concerning democratic extremism, thanks for this complicated question, as if my definition were not complicated enough. I would say yes. I would say you can conceive of good forms of extremism or democratic extremism. Let me give you an example. So in Australia, those who are in civic disobedience, actually they were violent at one point in the 80s, were still doing cruel experiments on chimps, right? Now they're prohibited by law, right? In the 70s, I think. So a group of animal rights defender destroyed the lab, right? So from a normative perspective, you can call that extreme, and it was also violent, right? So from the perspective of what is called in political theory civil disobedience, I think that's justifiable. And actually, Peter Singer, one of the great defenders of animal rights, defends that type of secret, uncivil, violent type of defense. You can call that extreme, right? So, yes, for the complication of the discourse. Was, for instance, Gandhi extreme? Radically extreme? Yeah, in some ways, or you know, some of the practices of the Fridays for how is it called? Fridays for the future, right? Some of the practices, you know. So I think you can go in that to complexify what is extremism. So I agree with you. There is room for debate there, but in principle, I think you can conceive that. Concerning 29th, or for instance, what these young do with the paintings, you know, is that extreme? Maybe yes. I mean, the punishing the youth for blocking, I don't know, something, or in Germany is going on. I mean, it's a nightmare. And also UK, I mean, this is a nightmare, right? So are they this extreme? I mean, they're also turned into extremists by the mass media, the ecological terrorists and so on. So you need to be careful there in the use of the words. Okay, so in the 19th century history, I fully agree with you. I have no idea, but I fully agree with you. Concerning what is going on, the center, you're saying, well, in Germany is not. You don't have this pattern right now. Well, I agree with you. So my argument was not about all the contexts saying the same. Yeah, sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in some cases you don't need to broaden the scope, right? It's just that in quite a few cases, I think you need to broaden the scope, right? So I didn't want to cover all the context. There is diversity there, but you definitely need to broaden the scope. Concerning the question of inequality, it's an extremely complex question. Here, inequality is not something set in stone. Inequality in a village in Ethiopia and equality in a village in Finland or in Helsinki mean completely different things. And it has perception dimensions, a variety of dimensions. Equality is relative. You know, there is this passage in Marx that I really love, and he captures that. I go back to Marx. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's exasperation from a fellow Hungarian. So Marx can be awful. Okay, so I agree with that. So, so he says, well, a person who has a house on a tiny house on a hill, nothing is around, doesn't have a problem. He's happy or she is happy, right? But imagine the following situation. When on the other hill, a double-sized house is built. Well, suddenly the person becomes unhappy, says Marx. This is to convey the fact that inequality here and the malaise related to the temporal dimension, lack of perspectives, and so on and so forth. There are different dimensions here. is relative, and we need contextual analysis. I know that this is not a full-fledged answer to your question, but I cannot go into all context. Actually, what happens in a village in Denmark and what happens in Copenhagen is not exactly the same. So, but we need complexity in order to articulate what are the inequality mechanisms, the temporal perspective to overcome them. So you need concrete analysis to put flesh on the argument.
More questions?
Were those all questions?
Second round. We can finish. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. You are the moderator. You decide.
Yeah. One more question, please.
Yeah.
A wonderful concept. Now, if we cross-examine camera obscura with science denialism, now is it a possibility that it is not about science denialism, but our concept of science denialism regarding camera obscura, the black and white, using the other kind of concepts in order to challenge them? See?
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure I understand. Maybe I'm just at the end of my part.
You said that there is...
Yeah, I was making an analogy, a loose analogy.
This is a kind of liberal paradox, because we stick to our world, stick to our understanding of the world, and there is nothing that can be otherwise. So what I would argue or question that perhaps it is not about denialism, it is about a different conception of science.
Yeah, I mean, look, the far right is parasiting on deep malaise, and I mean, and this is not reducible to inequality, right? To go back to your question, I think there is a deep as well spiritual malaise, right? There's a lack of meaning, right? So the far right in different places, what they do is to recover that meaning or to gesture in that direction, you know, to appeal to spiritual traditions, you know. And I suggested that actually, when it comes to science, this idea of a holistic science, whatever that means, which is not simply denialist, is a sort of a package which is toxic, but it conveys something deep, I think, that is captured by reactionary writers like Houellebecq in France, for instance. I mean, he's spot on to refer to this to this lack of meaning. So the appeal to a tradition, not merely offering certitudes, that as well, you know. The lack of certitudes, the need for certitudes, that as well. But there is the deep spiritual need. So the other understanding of science that some of them propose goes in that direction. And there is truth to that. But the articulation, there is truth when it comes to the causes and to the problems. But the articulation is awful. You need the other types of articulations in order to that are not limited to, let's say, science turned dogmatic. What I call scientist managerialism on scientism, right? And there is that temptation, right? You have, for instance, some of the Silicon Valley fellows say, well, with science and technology, you can solve all humanity's problems, including the meaning problem. You do not. You do not. And I think that in this sense, this Draghi's report, which basically says, why don't you, which basically craves for Elon Musk in Europe, says, look, we need the Silicon Valley in Europe. I think Silicon Valley and characters like Elon Musk in particular, he synthesizes our deep and ever deeper problems. I mean, he's a techno-science engineer maverick who denies, in the first slide I put a tweet of his from 2-3 days ago sent by a friend. I don't really follow him, but probably I should because he's interesting. and he basically denies the legitimacy of the university system in the United States. In other words, he denies those who produce, well, reliable scientific knowledge. Of course, yes, plural can be contested or whatever, but I mean, these are the people who produce science. So somebody who takes advantage, produces technoscience, right, is undermines scientific, in a systematic way, scientific expertise. This combination between capitalism, his authoritarian deriva, and scientific discourse, this type of bond, takes different forms in the world. He's just one important facet, right, of this deeper phenomenon that is growing and is deeply troubling. As Adorno and Horkheimer argue, is linked to a production of a new imagination and new myths. Harari, and with this I finish my very short answer, has a nice paragraph. I mean, Harari is controversial, but he has a nice paragraph in one of his books, and he says, if the Arabian desert was the berceau, how do you say, the cradle of monotheisms, right? In reality, it's also the Near East, whatever. It's not only now the cradle of the future religions is the Silicon Valley. That's interesting, and that's a thought to keep in mind when it comes to thinking of the question of science and the complex entanglements also with mythology, meaning production, and religion.
Okay, thank you. We finish here. We
Thank
have
you.
to follow the time. So thank you very much, Camil, for your excellent lecture. Thank you to the audience for the excellent questions, and thank you for the excellent answers. So we finish here. We have a coffee break, and we came back with a roundtable about extremism, narratives, and science at 11:45. Thank you.
Is Mateo connected?
Yeah, should be.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great, perfect. Because I can hear you perfectly, so.
Perfect.
And we have a vision. Ah, yes.
So welcome back, and welcome back everyone that is connected online as well. I am so happy, and I want to congratulate as well of selections of keynoters, because it is amazing how much it resonates with the project and how well connected it is with all the round table. We will see now again. In this round table, it is about extremist narratives with science. We have as participants Katalin, Miklóssy, Sergi Soler, and Mateo Albanese that is connected online. And I am substituting Kristina, maybe you wonder, because of the schedule. And before starting giving the floor to the experts in the panel, I would like to present an introduction that she wrote, and I think she defines perfectly the stances of how extremist narratives relate to science. First, it's crucial to understand that when we speak of science in this panel, we are referring to all different strands of science, including the social sciences, humanities, and natural sciences. That's not taken for granted usually, so I think it is a great explanation. We will debate science not just from the point of the scientific production as such, and its using extremist narratives, but we will dwell in particular into the perception of science by different actors, the role and positioning of science in the socio-political landscape, and the various forces that shape the focus of scientific research, its output and dissemination of findings. Of course, from a discursive point of view, I mean, this is exactly what we need to debate. In this respect, we shall pay attention to social political constraints on scientific inquiry, the perception but also implications of the institutionalized nature of scientific work, as well as the power dynamics surrounding particular scientists. Second, an important starting position for this panel is also that science has always played a significant role in the construction of nations and states, and we have been hearing that over and over again as well during our conference. While science has been, of course, largely perceived as a tool for enlightenment and liberation from unreasonable societal constraints, funny enough, again, a reference to enlightenment, its observations were and still are as well exploited by those seeking to advance extremist agendas. Such agendas, constructed via extremist narratives, have in particular found ways to harness the authority of science to further their worldview. Again, I mentioned the Overton window. On the hand, extremist narratives may highlight the appeal to reason, using scientific arguments to lend credibility to their ideas. On the other hand, they may weaponize emotions, demonizing scientific findings, and contradict their views and undermining the legitimacy of scientific inquiry altogether. In this way, science can be both a supporter and a hindrance to the construction of national identity. Third, and last aspect, is about the different ways science can be exploited by extremist groups. Namely, as the presentations will point out, the exploitation of scientific work by extremist groups can be both reactive and proactive. When extremist narratives are based on reactive stance, they produce counter-arguments to discredit inconvenient scientific findings that counter their selected point of view. We have already heard about some reframing or some scientific advancement. But when extremist narratives are based on proactive stance, they work towards constructing alternative scientific narratives in order to create parallel realities and align with their extremist views and challenge the internationally accepted scientific consensus. So today we will discuss how science is used and misused in extremist narratives through the lens of different national cases. To this end, I have the pleasure to be joined by the presenters who will provide us with insights with the complex relationship between science, society, and the forces that seek to manipulate knowledge for ideological ends. And now I will give the floor first to Katalin Miklóssy. She is a rule of law scholar currently affiliated with the University of Helsinki. She is a political scientist who specializes in the political and legal history of Eastern Europe, with a focus on the changes that occurred in authoritarian systems, especially in the countries of the Visegrad Group and in Southeast Europe. Today, she will talk about the institutional dimension embedded in the practice of science. Please, Katalin.
Thank you. Hello to everybody. First of all, I will not introduce any national case, but I will talk more about general views of how institutions are significant in extremist attacks on science, and how enemy images are constructed in regarding science. So when I talk about institutional framework, I mean here is university, research institutes, think tanks, most clearly about universities and research institutes. But of course, it goes without saying that infrastructure, the research infrastructure or science infrastructure is much wider. But now I will concentrate on institutions. Now, why institutions matter? I will argue that there are two reasons why institutions like universities are targeted by extremist narratives or critics on science. First, because science is produced within institutional framework ever since the 18th, 19th century. We need a community around which the institutions are constructed. But I will also argue that actually, even though that production of knowledge is important, nevertheless, the other role of institutions are much more important regarding extremist narratives. And this is the institutions are mediating science. So it means practically that we are, creating the next generation of intellectuals in universities. So we are teaching research-based science to or research-based education. We are to students. Now it means that we are creating the next generation of intellectuals, middle-class people, politicians, entrepreneurs, and so on. So this is one important social significance why we are attacked. On the other hand, we are mediating science also to the public. So through publications, through the media, through popularizing activity. So this is perhaps even more important. What is the social role of institutions, particularly universities, in society? Now, because this is a panel also, or this is a conference about the historical roots, I will point out the two most common discourses aiming to undermine the credibility of institutionalized science. Now, the first is regarding the space of institutional structure. The institutions are full of contradictions, which is why it is an easy target, an easy subject for extremist blame game. So first, I will bring in a kind of old discourse, an old contradiction between the national and the international phenomena embedded in institutions. And this national versus international debate is basically a kind of legitimacy discourse regarding national legitimacy. So science per se is relying on international exchange of ideas. Here we are. So it is all research is assessed by international community. Scientific breakthroughs are valorized by international evaluation. So far, so good. But on the other hand, institutions like this is situated in a national context. So funding for any national institution are coming from the national budget, from the government, but the governments change because it is about the political balance of the state. So it means that political will can change as well regarding how important a university is, how important the research delivered by the university. So national interest regarding research, regarding the research that represents certain values. We just heard a kind of left-wing understanding of science, which I wouldn't be disagreeing more, but anyway, so being as a kind of liberal scientist. Nevertheless, national interest regarding values, worldviews, goals are changing. So, but on the other hand, we have international agencies channeling resources like arenas. We got funding from the European Council. So it means that sometimes international agency funding and the prospect of this funding driving certain political goals, political values, can contradict with the national goals of science. So, but on the other hand, I think this is also a kind of this international versus national contradiction goes back long to history. So first of all, of course, I'm working mostly on the eastern part of the EU and somewhat also on, which is also an eastern part, Finland. But nevertheless, in European states that lacked colonial past, were often subdued under great empires like Russia, the Habsburgs, Ottomans, in the 19th century, at the same time when nationalism as a new idea was just taking over the arena. Now, all these small countries harnessed science to serve the construction of the concept of the nation. So modern disciplines in the 19th century had a very practical goal in these so-called small countries, under empires or autonomous small nation states already in the 19th century. So the practical goal was to study the national phenomena. So, and it meant also providing a convincing argument for the nation-building project. So that is why, actually, the science that we have in nation states have very much embedded in the national agenda. On the other hand, many of these states were under empire rule, which meant that the national universities, the national agenda universities were just taking on, were a threat to imperial governments. So for example, for Finland or for Poland, in the Russian Empire, the crown prince had the task to mentor and overlook universities in the 19th century. Because the empires and the centers of empires were afraid that the new elite in the making of these universities, in the academia, would further the national cause and weaken the empire. So universities in empires were founded as long as they were not the hotbed of revolutions. So already at that time, in the 19th century, individual academics were monitored politically. And of course, after the First World War, it changed again because all of a sudden the the empires disappeared and the nation state were all around us. The whole European map was redrawn. So in the interwar period, science or the role of this institutional framework was once again dedicated to the national agenda. But everything changed after the Second World War, when half of Europe was occupied by Stalin. So the international framework, or institutional framework, was restructured to serve the international goal. International goal defined by ideology, communists, and by the communist system. And I would argue that for the long 40 years in the eastern part of the EU, actually under communism, destroyed the trust of people in institutions, in academic institutions. But then, after the collapse of communism, there came another international pressure, and it was Europeanization of institutions. So all of a sudden, all the national agenda that was thought for many academics over the communist period was now once again marginalized to from the agenda of Europeanization. So coming from this perspective, actually, the revival of nationalist cause is a kind of delayed process, and it was just a matter of time that would come. So, and this is the same with today, and particularly in the extremist narratives, which is a problem for me because I'm working on Poland and Hungary, and all of a sudden we can realize that extremist narratives is already mainstreamed in the last 10, 15 years. So what extreme means is also a kind of conceptual mirage, which means that we need to redefine what extremism is. Is it a process that is, moving forward and having new shapes within institutions as well. But nevertheless, so today the EU is pictured as a colonial power, a new colonial power, which means that from certain political groups' perspectives and from certain governments' perspectives, like in Hungary or once upon a time in Poland as well, but now in Slovakia, these are setting up foreign values on the national institutions and emphasizing, and there are once again a contradiction that this international pressure is emphasizing what to study, that runs counter what the national jurisdiction over these institutions is about. Now, 10? Okay, very quickly, sorry. The other discourse is just very shortly about urban versus countryside, which is a kind of modernity discourse regarding university and institutions. This is about the gap between science and people. This is about the 19th century discussion about the ivory tower that is inconceivable from the common man. Now, academic institutions are always embedded in urban environment. And urban spaces from the 19th century onwards has been always cosmopolitan, non-national, liberal. Institutions are, universities are open-minded, represented by the middle class mostly, fast-changing, multicultural. People moved from different socio-economic and cultural background into the capital or into the urban spaces. Now, the countryside, on the other hand, represented not only the genuine society, but also the genuine knowledge, the peasant mind, the common sense, the pure logic, the problem-solving capacity in comparison of the artificial, too complex, and too debatable academic knowledge. I think I will stop here, and we can discuss it later about the social impact of this.
So we leave a lot of content for possible questions from the public. Thank you so much. Definitely is a great first common ground for this round table. So we will jump now to the use of the concept of freedom in extremist narratives, where freedom is often represented as being jeopardized by the scientists and scientific findings. This topic will be discussed more by Sergi Soler, who is a researcher with a background in contemporary history, affiliated with the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and currently focuses on his research on political communication and comparative history. Sergi?
So, thank you everyone for being here. And first of all, I wanted to start saying that when I was invited to be here in this panel, and I realized that I was going to speak after Katalin and before Mateo, I said, okay, how can I make a presentation that's interesting enough and does not make me look like a fool speaking between these two great experts? So considering that my research is about concepts and the power of concepts, I thought that it was maybe a good idea to make this relationship between freedom and science, how it is related, how does it work, and more specifically, how far-right groups or agents use freedom to attack science. So I'm really happy that Camil talked about a bit of context, gave about a little bit of context about the blue planet, the planet Azul of Aznar, because the relationship between freedom and science goes way back. But I want to focus more on the present day because our generation had to live a situation really tough. And in my opinion, that redefined the concept of freedom and the importance of the word of freedom. And that's the COVID lockdown that we didn't treat really in depth in this Congress. And I know it's sad and nobody wants to hear about this, but I think it's good to contextualize a little bit, just a few seconds, how bad it was, the pandemic and the lockdown and the restrictions, and how it affected us as a society and how it pushed us to our limits. It didn't matter if you were for or against the restrictions. We all wanted them to end. We all wanted to return back to normal. And there were some politicians that took advantage of that saw this social moment and used this freedom to attack everything related to science, and especially a politician that was not really important by the time in Spain. Of course, she was relevant, but she was not near as relevant as she is today, and that's Isabel Díaz Ayuso, who appeared in 2019 with the Comunismo Libertad slogan that link directly to the COVID restrictions. So she kind of used the desperation in a lot of people to promise freedom and to promise the end of every restriction, neglecting every scientific recommendation. So how does this translate politically, and how was it like the narrative that they built? they basically told you that science or this science was not true, that this science was a political tool, this science was not reliable, and that you should not listen to this science because it followed a political agenda, not the scientific method or anything like that. So basically, they took this context and they took all these ideas and they started attacking a lot more, not only the things related to COVID, but they took this opportunity and also attacked climate change. They also attacked, for example, I remember a lot of controversy with the Green Pass. I remember also this, I have in my mind these images about when the minister, Alberto Garzón, recommended, based on scientific findings, then to reduce the consumption of red meat. And at the next day, all of the far-right and right politicians were taking pictures eating red meat just to contradict and use this. And using this, he's trying to take away our freedom. This science is not science. This is politics, and they are trying to take away our freedom. So I chose this image because I think it depicts really well everything that the far right standed against. This is a demonstration during the pandemic in 2020. And you can see that it was promoted by Vox. Here is the truck, the Vox truck. You can easily identify it because it has 1,000 trillion Spanish flags. And they promoted this manifestation, and it was during the lockdown, against the restrictions, and they also took the chance to fill the cities with cars. So they were against the climate change, the COVID restrictions. It was against all restrictions recommended by science. So what happens after that? After months and months and months and even years of constant attacks against scientific knowledge and against science, well, skepticism starts entering the mainstream public, and certain conspiracy theories start appearing or getting more popular. And it got to a point where even the IMED, which is one of the most prestigious institutions in Spain about meteorology and everything, had to make public announcements about that the chemtrails were fake, that the chemtrails didn't exist, because a lot of contradictions were coming up because the far right were saying, no, climate change is fake, they are trying to fool you, no, this is not real. But at the same time, yes, they are poisoning us with planes. So even the IMED, because a lot of people told the IMED, okay, but why do you go so low to negate this, which is absurd? And the IMED explained that a lot of people were coming to them privately asking if this was true, because they were actually worried. So a lot of people were actually worried about the chemtrails and were afraid and were wearing masks still because maybe this is true, maybe we're getting poisoned. So they felt forced to make a public announcement that it was completely fake, and they had to do a completely pedagogical explanation about how the planes worked and everything. So it got to a point that it was pretty ridiculous. Other contradictions that we can see in this far-right discourse is this contradiction about idealizing the life on the countryside, but at the same time negating the climate change that is destroying this very countryside. No, so also Vox, taking advantage of your presentation, Katalin, on institutions, that was great. Vox also took the chance to attack a lot of these institutions. The IMED, for example, again, and they were attacks that were also related with the economic part of the situation, because these are public institutions, right? So they are getting public money. So I bet far-right parties wouldn't also be happy with arenas and every institution like that. And they threaten to defund the IMED, for example, if they got in power, right? So all in all, to wrap it up, what do we have? We have a constant attack against scientific knowledge and scientific progress that slowly starts moving a little bit the Overton window, so it starts getting into the mainstream public, and it starts spreading little by little. So we have a cocktail that could be really dangerous, because more and more people start adopting scientific procedures. Maybe, oh yes, I took the 2 first vaccines, but maybe the third, I don't know, I don't take it, you know. So I think we really need to take care about that. And of course, this is a work in progress. This is evolving still. So we really need to keep an eye on those attacks and try to fight back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh. Yes.
Dit was a national.
Yeah, exactly. Far from looking like a fool. So, if we talked about the ways how science is used to promote the idea of an even more limited freedom of the citizens, our next presenter will dive further into how extremist groups use science in their discourse promoting extremist views and how they manage to use contradictions about science to their benefit. I would like to give the floor to Mateo Albanese, who is a historian currently affiliated with the University of Padova and the Institute of Social Sciences in Lisbon. His research interests lie especially in the history of political parties and movements that promote extremist and neo-fascist ideas. Please, Mateo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Katalin and Sergi for the presentation that they gave just before me, because they gave me a lot of ideas, but I will stick to what I'm trying to present today. I would like to say that, first of all, I'm going to present you a national case in this few minutes I have about me. The national case are represented by two Italian organizations. The first one is Casa Pound, the second one is Forza Nuova. It's extremely important to narrow down the field and to say that both of them openly claim themselves as neo-fascist organization. So we are in the realm of neo-fascism, Italian neo-fascism in this case. It's always extremely interesting to say that both Casa Pound and Forza Nuova do have international relationship in Europe and also across the ocean in the United States. And both of them, especially just to connect with what Sergi was saying, during the COVID period, during the pandemic period, they found a new strength for their anti-scientific discourse. In which way? First of all, it is important to say that as Casa Pound is, and Forza Nuova have differences between the two of them. Forza Nuova is a traditional neo-fascist ultra-Catholic organization. Casa Pound is a traditional neo-fascist spiritualist organization. I hope it's quite clear what I meant with spiritualism is that stream of extreme right-wing and neo-fascist ideology that refers directly to Julius Evola and neo-Nazism. So are two different streams of ideologies within neo-fascism and extreme right-wing and right-wing extremism. Sorry. In that case, the idea that they promote about science is something that is extremely related with what Katalin was saying about limitation. Science is something that should be submitted to ethics and to moral and in the end to politics. In the case of Forza Nuova is because we directly respond to God and to the church. So we do have above us the idea of God and the idea of the nature that God created for us, and we cannot go outside the boundaries of religion. In the idea of Casa Pound is because we do have historical borders that have been created and that created a tradition, and we cannot go beyond that borders, otherwise we enter into another realm, the realm of fiction. It's not true anymore, because and here we go to the second level of the analysis, is not only that we do have boundaries and limitation. One is more connected to Catholicism, and the other one is more connected with tradition, but it's just that the rules, sorry, that we are following are real, and they are dictated by the nature. So they created this dichotomy, which we can find already in the 20s, and then again before the 20s in the works of Martin Heidegger, and not only Martin Heidegger, about science and the nature. On one side, we do have the nature, who dictated the way in which men should live and organize their society. On the other hand, we do have this mythology of science, this idea of Prometheus who wants to defy nature, who wants to win against the nature, who wants to create a different kind of society with different rules, which somehow are going to corrupt the soul of the man. Because the role of politics, the main role of politics, is to preserve the purity of the souls and the bodies. Science is something that interacts with the bodies and the souls of the men with corruption, because they want to create something which is different. In this case, it's not that difficult to understand how during the last pandemic crisis, the idea of vaccination was extremely easily to exploit for who, like Casapound and Forza Nuova, did have this kind of background, saying, you see, they want to inoculate in your body something alien, something which doesn't belong to nature, and in doing that, they are going to introduce within your body something that it couldn't be there. Simply, if you leave the illness to run its course, you are going to develop your own natural antibodies and you're not going to get sick. But if something from outside and from science arrives, there are only two possible explanations. On one side, this coming from outside, it's something they are going to corrupt who you are, your body and your soul. And this is the first level of criticism. We cannot trust the scientists, we cannot trust the vaccination, because we don't know what they're going to inoculate. The second point is, why are they doing that? And as Sergi was saying about the conspiracy theory, if science is a fiction, the purpose of this fiction is to manipulate people. So to push people away from the nature, from the natural laws, which are the only ones that can preserve your body and your soul, pure, like God or like the mother nature gave you. And in order to manipulate you, they will insert within the vaccination microchips. This is one of the most common theories that extreme right wing used to address against the vaccination in Italy, but not only in Italy. And they also made, you know, this fantastic kind of turmoil, like they insert microchip in the vaccine in order to control you. The only way to preserve at that point, not only your body, but the collective body, pure, so the defense of the nation, the defense of the motherland, is to oppose the science. I would like to close, and I hope I've been brief enough, with another suggestion that Katalin gave to me. You were saying that, you know, the idea of putting the science under the political control, it's something that it happens always. Yeah, we can trace it back in the 15th century. But apart from that, the idea of in which way extremist narration are becoming mainstream. It's news of a few weeks ago. The Italian extreme right-wing government decided to run a parliamentary national commission of inquiry on COVID, because they want to know exactly what happened, who take profit from the vaccination. I mean, all these kind of discourses became suddenly a public and political initiative of Giorgia's Meloni government. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Ooh, again. Well, I will fix it. Yeah, it's okay. Hearing the speakers, I always think how interesting it is and how difficult it is to separate our three topics in Arena, and how much they are intertwined, how difficult it is to understand them as three different topics when they allude each other constantly about, you know, like how science, gender, nation are all the time intertwining, and how the different narratives, if I may, are repeating, roundtable after roundtable, changing the topics. One of them, it is about limitations. It's one of the questions that come over and over again, and in this particular case, these limitations are imposed on science and scientists by funding bodies, as Katalin particularly stated, available methods and ethics in general, as we were commenting actually now, with the topic of freedom, or for example, the natural order of things. But we also heard about limitations that are imposed by science or scientific findings on society. So, what limitations would you say have proved beneficial or rather detrimental in the practice of science through history? And what do you think of these limitations in this respect in general? Who would like to start answering? So,
okay.
Thank you.
So, what a question. This is a really complex topic. I don't know if it's possible even to answer. I think it's more possible to have a good debate about this. I don't know if it is possible to reach a conclusion, because you can approach this question by so many different angles. Like Yara just told you about the natural order of things, very related to what Mateo was saying, and the purity of the body. And Mateo's presentation actually gave me an idea about this, or more than an idea, another example of these limitations, ethics, values, morals, and science. And it's about Testigos de Jehová. Jehovah Witnesses that have this problem issue with blood transfusions, for example, right? And we have a lot of cases of blood transfusions done to sons of Jehovah Witnesses that were ruled out by judges because the parents didn't allow these transfusions. So I would say that's a pretty bad limitation, but there are a lot of approaches. And we also mentioned how related are all the three arenas main topics. And I think we can also draw a line of connection between science and gender. Yesterday we had a really good panel about gender that also gave me a lot of ideas, because between the extremist movements on the right spectrum side, we still have a lot of differences. For example, it's not the same if you are talking to an extremist neoliberal or an anarcho-capitalist than to a completely radical Catholic. Like, it's not the same. And they will give you completely different arguments to the same question. For example, if we're talking about science and gender, can we talk about in vitro? Can we talk about surrogacy? All of that is science. But a neoliberal will say you, yeah, all good, go ahead. And an ultra-Catholic will say, no, none of this is possible. So I think this is a really complex subject and can be treated from very different perspectives and very different ways. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, so Katalin? Yeah. I could continue that. Well, I'm a political scientist, so from where I stand or sit, everything is political. So since gender is politicized, it is also a question how institutions or national funding agencies are channeling resources to certain research that is either aligned with the national interest or not. So in this sense, for example, in Hungary, gender studies has been, done. It's already forbidden. And instead, they invented family studies. So this is about how gender is so political that the national funding agencies has decided not to support it. But I would like also to bring in another issue. Now, university or institutions, academic institutions, are embedded in the social infrastructure, the society. So when society is polarizing, the university is a subsystem. So eventually it will hit us. So already we can see that academia is, university institutions are polarizing within. We don't need extremist threat from the outside. We do a pretty good job ourselves. So, but on the other hand, so the good thing is that we are talking about, I'm talking about institutions and institutionalized science. Now, institutions are invented for a reason, because institutions bring stability and securing continuity, the modus operandi, by direct or indirect rules, behavior patterns, hierarchies, and a lot. So the idea idea of stability is that it will survive political changes, right? So this is a strength. On the other hand, the weakness of this kind of politicized institution is that it can hinder change. It can hinder the change of ideas, of concepts, of research at the same time, why stability can be also a good thing. So I think the most important pro is ethics. Limitations on research is ethics, because this is the idea of honest and fair conduct. So it is ethics will maintain the integrity what is left from the science, because I think the most dangerous mirage is that we have this dream that there is a freedom of science. Wake up, people. When was freedom of science actually reality? Ever? So I will also bring in the politicalness. So is politicalness a beneficial or detrimental for science? So just an example. I'm working in the University of Helsinki, and in Finland we have this existential threat because of the war in Ukraine. But what did it do? So on one hand, we reinvented in academia political correctness, which means that we even have a kind of instruction, academic instruction, how to call the crisis in Ukraine. It is not the war in Ukraine, or it is not Ukrainian war, it is the Russian aggression on Ukraine, right? So this is a kind of new dogma that we are engaged with. And it is, yes, it becomes also a polarizing discourse, because if Ukraine, we stand by Ukraine, if we have Ukraine, Ukraine is blameless. It is a victim. A victim is blameless, and if Ukraine is blameless, it cannot be criticized. So all of a sudden, we have taboos within academia, because you cannot touch, you cannot teach, and you cannot popularize unwanted research regarding this conflict. So crisis is changing academia always, one way or the other, because politicalness become more influential within science and within the production of science. So, but on the other hand, crisis is good. So for instance, because of the war, people cannot go to field work. If you cannot go to field work, you reinvent methodology and reinvent theories and reinvent data. So it can have a huge impact on progress, scientific progress. So yes, and crisis is good because it redirects funding for Ukrainian studies. We all of a sudden realized that we don't have know-how in the West. So we prepped up new Ukrainian studies centers because we need to know what's going on. So there is a huge academic infrastructure is developing around this. I mean, crisis is good. So, and crisis is good because it can pinpoint the outdated concepts. We are still hanging on. We are liberal, right? And what I asked Camil, that the liberal paradox is that we hang on until the very end, old concepts, because we are liberal. So that's I think the most dangerous of all. On one hand, crisis, and particularly the increasing politicalness that we encounter at the moment.
I think we should have a task on academic freedom in Arenas. Actually, hearing, yes, I know, Mateo, it is your turn. I was just going to say that I received an email from the University of Düsseldorf hearing about the polarization arriving at the university and communication of science. There is a new unit that will give us some guidelines in case that we are somehow assaulted or attacked when communicating science. So they actually developed guidelines regarding how to, proceed in those cases, which is quite an interesting framing itself. Sorry, Mateo, go for it.
No, absolutely. We did have the same kind of problem in Italy a few years ago. A couple of our seminars were being public seminars. I mean, we were trying to disseminate the data of some research that have been interrupted by, extreme right-wing groups. It happened as well. But apart from that, it would be extremely easy for me to say, of course, there are moments in history when limitations of science came on the stage, one and for all. I mean, eugenetics, racism, for example. Until the 20s, the 30s, it was quite normal to speak about race when we describe humans. I mean, humans were divided into races at the end of the 19th century. We discovered something else afterwards, but beforehand also there was, this idea that after the Second World War and after the disaster of the Second World War, the idea itself of race should be, eliminated from the scientific discourse. Again, another case when ethics became predominant on scientific discourse, it was the abolition of the death penalty. At the very beginning in Florence, when the death penalty was cancelled, it was for humanitarian and ethical reasons. Afterwards, science demonstrates that such kind, of behavior from the state, it wasn't even efficient in terms of diminishing the number of crimes. There are many examples when, ethics, politics came into the academic and scientific discourse. Just to remind one of them, one night, it was the end of the 15th century, quite a famous king, Charles V, used to ask to Bernard de las Casas, do these Native American guys we are conquering have a soul? Because he was Catholic, and he knew that the Spanish conquista, the Spanish conquer of Central and Latin America was killing a lot of people, and he was extremely afraid if all those killings became a burden upon his soul as the king. The answer of Bernardo de las Casas became the very beginning of what we call nowadays rule of law and international law. So again, it's extremely difficult to put a line where when we begin and when we start to not to limitate, but to debate science also, in politics. As Katalin was saying, everything is politics. So it's extremely difficult to say when academia has been stopped or if it was the other way around. I mean, even during Italian fascism, which was one of the most, oppressive moment in history of my country, Benedetto Croce was able to write down the manifesto of intellectuals against fascism, which it has been presented as an extremely important act of freedom in that moment. But most of our scientists at that time, including Guglielmo Marconi, which nowadays is, very famous in Italy, he was a fascist. So the connection between regimes and science and the limitations are always extremely complicated. But they're not always bad.
Thank you so much. We are gonna open now the turn of questions to the public. So if someone has some questions, some comments, some debate, here we have one. I have as well one. Yes. I think here.
Hola. ¿Se oye? Sí. In English. It came to my mind what you said about the COVID and the impact that had on us as generation or generations, because, and something that you said as well about credibility, which is the main or the key thing, according to me, in why science is not respected or believed in our society. It comes to my mind this phrase of Groucho Marx, like, who are you going to believe, you or your own eyes or me? Yeah. So the key thing today is, who are you going to believe? So why so many people who have even been on a university studies go to an influencer and believe the fuck what they say? Just out of nowhere. And I saw that in the pandemics, because we have a group of people of my own age that they all have university studies. And when we came to debate vaccines and many things, some of them were anti-vaccines, and some of them even believed that drinking bleach could cure you or whatever. And those people were architects, those people were lawyers, those people were engineers who had been to technical and scientific careers, and they didn't have the fucking idea, sorry, excuse my French, about the scientific method. They didn't know how it worked. They didn't know how the hypothesis, experiment, result, and basic statistics, or even logical fallacies. They didn't know what a logical fallacy, and they were using them all the time, and not knowingly. I mean, like other people do, like Trump or other people, but they were using them, and So my point is, what I see around all the time is the lack of criterion to know what is true or not, what is scientific or not, because people, they go through these university studies, they come out of them with a degree, and they have no idea about basic things of science and of logic, of knowledge. You know, so maybe education is the point. Well, what do you think?
Actually, that relates a lot to the question I had as well. So I will take advantage and put it there on the floor as well. So how can scientists actually, especially historians, contribute to a reconciliation of this polarized view of science? And how should we understand the notion of true science? So that is another questioning of this framing. Do we have any other questions so we can... Yes? There, she's...
I have a question for Katalin. You were speaking about the creation of the nation in Europe, and you were saying that there were many differences between the countries that had no imperial past and those which had imperial past, and that science played a very big role.
Yeah.
Do you think that religion also played a big role in this creation of the nations, and to what degree? And did it affect more in imperial nations or in not imperial nations?
That's a good
Okay.
one.
We have
Yeah.
another question, so, and then we will start with the answers. Jure?
Thank you. Excellent panel. Thank you all very much. Katalin, I very much agree with you that you focus so much on the institutions, because nowadays you cannot do any research without a proper institution. In the early 20th century, it was possible that you have one scholar, one brilliant scholar doing some research, especially in our field. But right now, that's impossible, especially not in the natural sciences and engineering. You need large research infrastructures, and this is also European and worldwide trend. We will have even bigger and more important institutions. Everything will happen within this institution. So the question is now, what to do with these institutions if politics, government in a one country or in a one continent decides that, well, something has to be changed, because research institutions had to have certain autonomy. If they don't have it, well, should be a problem or not, because as you suggested, well, this also could be challenging. Okay, could have positive effects, but let's take a look at Hungary, for example. You have several universities in Hungary that cannot participate in the Horizon Europe program. Why? Because of their governance model, because some members of the board of trustees were handpicked by Viktor Orban's government. So, brilliant researchers working there, which I suppose do not even vote for Fidesz, cannot cooperate in a wider European research area, cannot be part of Arena's project, for example. This is how European Commission responds. Okay, they also have some other instruments, widening instruments. They want to foster autonomy of the institutions. They're providing money for that. So this is more like a comment. European Commission is very much aware of this problem, and they're approaching this problem. Even Draghi approaches this problem. So I mean, it's quite a positive news, if you ask me. But still, concrete actions they often do, at least that's my opinion, are often not very productive.
Yeah.
And Anna, Yara, just to add to your question, what can we as historians do? Well, I talked a lot to immunologists, doctors, and our researchers in Slovenia during the pandemic, and some were really shocked. Hey, people don't believe us. I mean, we're explaining everything on the TV. We are explaining very popular scientific way what's behind it, but people still do not believe us. I told them, hey, I mean, that's happening to us, historians, researching contemporary history on a daily basis. That's nothing new for us. I mean, it happens to me all the time that someone calls me, hey, you're writing about the dissolution of Yugoslavia. You don't know. I was there in the 1991. I'll tell you how it was. You're really experts for that.
Thank you. I think Katalin can start.
First, what is science? 100 years ago, there was a medical consensus that smoking a cigar is good for your lungs because it strengthens your lung, right? 100 years ago. And it was top-notch scientific result. So science, in my opinion, and we should take it into consideration, science is progressing in time. We just know that what we know today, and it is perhaps not, philosopher's stone, right? So what I mean is that, for example, we have a colleague in Arenas who said that she won't take a vaccine because she doesn't know the side effects. The vaccines were very quickly developed in short time, and it was not tested profoundly, let's say. So there is also a other kind of scientific view. But you are absolutely right that extremist movement is not about hillbillies. It is about also the middle class, well-educated people who decided to go another way. So it is, you are absolutely right that we are stunned. But on the other hand, I give you another example. Statistics, as close as you can get to mathematics, right? 2.2. And if you change the indicators, it will give you a completely different results. And it is still science, right? So once again, we should be careful to judge. I mean, all those who don't, I don't know, an old staunch liberal. So I will say that I think it would be important to listen what is their point in understanding. And what Yara said, I think it is important that international institutions and the national institutions, the EU is polarizing the discourse itself. So it is just, and it will not take us to the next level because we are still stuck with the same contradiction all over again. And it is our fault that we don't invent a new narrative in order to tackle this old one. Because of this camera obscura, black and white, it is not taking us further. So it is just polarizing even deeper. And for you, I think it is a very fair point. Now, I think in the national project, religion played a part. But regarding the institutional infrastructure and more particularly universities, they were not that much impacted in the 19th century as they became, let's say, in the 1980s in the Eastern Bloc. For example, Poland was one of the brilliant examples how Catholic Church had an influence on the solidarity movement and the academics as well. And just to Yura, to another point coming from this is we have in political science small islands of democracy, right? So in this sense, I believe that within the institutions, there are small islands of democratic understanding of academics, even though that they are limited by the framework. So.
Thank you. By the way, let's make it a dialogue as well between you panelists. So if you want to answer or comment each other, yes, go for it. So, Sergi?
Yes, I want to talk a bit about the first question you made about why the fuck they trust these narratives. And the first thing I want to say is that I think that you will really enjoy the panel we have after lunch about circulation of narratives, because we explain a lot of those things there. But I will get a little bit ahead of myself and try to explain some of the things.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. Related to the lockdown, because I think that this started to come really strong during and after the lockdown. So I told in my first presentation that the pandemic really affected us. And I think I would like to talk a little bit here about ethics and morals and values, because ethics and morals and values, I feel like everyone has their ethics and their morals, but a lot of people, I feel like they follow these ethics and these morals when they are easy to follow, and when things get tough, maybe it's not so convenient anymore. So it's not like a conviction; it's more like convenient ethics and morals, right? So on the one hand, you have science that is telling you that you should ideally spend 3 more months at home. And on the other hand, you have an influencer that is saying that this is a lie, that this doesn't exist. Okay. Common sense or critical thinking would make you think that most people would agree with the scientist. But I feel like in this moment of desperation, you forget about your values, you forget about your morals, you forget about your ethics, and you only want your freedom. So, in my opinion, I feel like it's not like they don't trust you, it's more like they refuse to trust you. And they hold on to anything that you give them to live their lives and to get on with it and to cope with all that is happening. This has a lot of approaches, and this is why we study narratives, because narratives play a big part in this. And also, of course, you talked about this, social media, and the intoxication that social media gives to this everything, because everything gets like mixed in the same ecosystem. So you don't really know, if you are not really if you're not really willing to contrast everything, you don't really know who to trust and who not to trust. So you have also politicians that criticize all institutions, and politicians are supposedly, let's say, authorities you could listen to. And you have, on the one hand, politicians that say trust the institutions, and on the other hand, you have also another political option that says, no, you don't have to trust institutions. You can trust us. Exactly. So there are a lot of things. There's a sentence that I like a lot that says that all people have because you talk about education, and there's a sentence that goes like, everyone has common sense, but not everyone has critical thinking. And maybe we lack some critical thinking. And you say, how come that really educated people trust these narratives? Well, maybe they don't have that critical thinking. Maybe universities, maybe we should also self-blame us a little bit as academicals and say, and said, maybe we're not teaching enough critical thinking. I come from the degree in humanities, and I ended up my degree really happy. And when I talked to other people from other degrees, and then we had conversations, I was thinking, I believe that humanities should be like the first thing you do when you go to your university. And then after you've done humanities and you've trained your critical thinking and everything, then you go do whatever you want. But first, let's take this step, right? So that's my opinion.
I can explain my case. I did a physics degree.
The mic.
My case, and I don't think it's something unique. I did a degree in physics, and I never learned the scientific method in my degree. I learned it by reading some other things in philosophy, but it's true, and no one in my degree learned it. So we learned the theories, but we didn't know the philosophy or the logical structure that laid underground under it. So and many people, I guess it was in my case, around the world. So I agree with you. We should learn some basics in philosophy and logics and in how science works, in philosophy of science, and then learn the technical and the scientific degrees.
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely, we have time. Yes, I was gonna say first, Mateo, for this round. I know. Thank you. For this round of questions, and then we have other 3 questions I saw. Thank you, Mateo.
Yes. How can we historians working on polarization and on, all the matters that have been put on the table, which are a lot. First of all, I always suggest the read of Anderson, The Invention of Tradition. I mean, not only science, but also the tradition that politicians use every day are invented through history. A lot of things are invented. Some of you just quoted the fact that contemporary historians, especially who works on the East, are used to be not trusted. I mean, we are now working at the University of Padova on a specific research about the East side during the Second World War and the East Front. So it's extremely complicated. And again, a lot of things are completely invented and completely fake. Like, for example, we struggle on the idea that there were no mixed matrimony at the end of the 19th century between Italians and Slovenian people. This is absolutely a fake news, but a lot of people believed in it. So it's extremely exhausting and complicated. And somehow it came up back to my mind, and I would like to throw it like that on the table, even if it's not a simple thing. My Antonio Gramsci and his, process of Americanization, individualization, and the idea that critical thinking, yes, we should teach critical thinking, but for God's sake, back in the days, we used to have a lot of institutions, even small town used to have parties and churches and association where people gathered together and used to fight to the blood on whichever kind of issue, and they were gyms of democracy. This is what we lack, at least in Western European countries, because the United States never had. So, and we saw the outgoing of this disaster. I think it's way more complicated than a small reform we can try to run in our small and sometimes not so useful institutions like universities.
Thank you. But we will wait. You can respond to him, but
I just wanted to respond to Gramsci. Gramsci, a left-wing thinker, which is very much used as a manual today in nationalist, right-wing, extreme right-wing politicians. Because what Gramsci actually also wrote, that in order to create a consistent era, you need to take over institutions, right? Because institutions will create you a common understanding of the main values, the most important things in society. So what the authoritarian regimes are doing is close reading Gramsci. This is about left and right. So it is just all of a sudden melted.
Yeah. Cultural hegemony.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now we are gonna hear 3 or 4 other questions, and then we can have a last round of answers as well to comment to each other. Stephen?
Well, thanks everybody for this interesting panel, really. Well, very linked to the Camil conference before, no? And I think here we have a lot of different level and different topics that are intertwined. For example, I was just wondering and asking you to, is like try to think about that. First, and also Camil this morning said something about that. In the last part about what can we do, etc., no? Because here is like a relation between science as an institution, the use of science by extremist groups, parties, movement, etc., but also then democracies and how democracy works. And so I think here links to what you explained before. One is also, well, state and institution could and usually should, and they do, take decision about science. So the vaccine, for example, the state decide, well, or the Minister of Health or whatever, that people should take the anti-COVID vaccine, but a lot of other vaccine of a lot of things, or because maybe in the center of a city, no more car should, in these streets because of the pollution, etc., etc. So finally, science and politics, very strong related, and the relation created between them depends on what is our conception of democracy. Because the point is that scientists should decide because politicians, they don't know about that. So finally, it's not a democracy. No, I want to say in theoretical terms, but it's politicians that are elected, well, where democracy existed and still existed, not in Hungary nowadays, where they are elected by the people through etc., etc. Okay, well, this is, I think, one point, that is interesting talking about science and extremist narrative. The second point is like, the conception of science as an institution, the conception, I want to say, and the perception by a part of people that is linked also, I think, to the distrust through science that you have. So we have a wave of distrust, again, related to politics, political parties, government, parliament, etc. Finally, this wave of distrust, because of a perception that is quite right, if you want, that science is also an institution, is why I should believe scientists. I'm not justifying that, and I think is linked here with the concept of post-truth. That is not only, and I think this is interesting also talking about vaccine, and the distrust to vaccine, etc. That is how post-truth is related, and so the distrust for science is related to postmodernism as a consequence of postmodernism and the end of the big Weltanschauung to understand the world, and I think is crucial. But as Lee McIntyre explained in that interesting book about post-truth, that also the changing since the beginning of the 80s of the media system. And so because of a 24-hour channel, you need a debate, a lot of debates, and so you need that people are engaged in the debate and they don't change the channel. And so one position and the other position. And one position, for example, about tobacco or about oil pollution or etc., etc. Well, there is a scientific consensus about them. But maybe there's 2 or 3 scientists that they are not agree. And finally, if you take a look at the debate on the TV channel, you have the 2 positions. But one is 97% of the scientific community and the other the 3%. But then, so I think this, and sorry, and then I close. The third consideration that I want to do, and is more maybe a question, is a link finally to what is extreme. Because Camil also, and I think is crucial this, because if we wanted to have a consensus to considering what is extremism what's extreme. And I want to ask, so science could be extreme or extremist? I want to say, no, taking a look at the history, yes. Yeah. Because, eugenetics, racial theory of the 1 century ago or before, etc., etc. But also nowadays, Camil, mostly this morning talk about, some of, the new, discovery in technology and the scientific battle between state, to have, artificial intelligence, etc. I think also there are scientific discourses that are supposedly, with proof, scientific proof, that could be considered extremist if we have like a democratic conception of relations between man and humankind. So where is like the red line there? No. Well, it's a lot of things, and maybe it's not clear.
And who sets the red lines?
Exactly.
Okay, so as Stephen said already some things I wanted to say, so it will be easier, about this distrust and how this wave of distrust then reached, I would say, the science. And it's what you say about Eastern Europe. I could, it's will be also the case in, I would say, for East Germany, because in the COVID crisis you could see there is a link between this already rooted distrust against institutions that has to do with the past, of course, and distrust against anti-COVID measures. And there was really, and you could see that some activists from 1989, it was a minority, but was then participated in these demonstrations against anti-COVID measures and makes their. So you already talk about it, and I wanted to react also to what Yuri said about the historian, and he explained, but nobody believes it, and I think it really has to do with the fragmentation and the evolution of public sphere and media system. Because last year I had a seminar about memory culture and such things, and I watched. Conference of Henri Rousseau, is a well-known historian who works on these topics, and he said, and it was about the historian in public space and how this, how its status and evolve. And he'd say, no, we are in such news channels, we are in competition with some experts about everything and editorialists and something like that, and in social media, and everybody can give their opinion, and we are all on the same level, and nobody makes a difference. And that's a problem, because what the historian said is considered as on the same way as the opinion of somebody. and on the channels, I thought about CNews in France. You have what matters is the clash of the opinion, but at the end, you have the feeling that every opinion is on the same level, and not that maybe 3% of the scientific community has this opinion. I think that's really a problem, and that increased, I would say, with the fragmentation of social media. And I think the COVID crisis increased this phenomena too, because the people were at home and there were no dialogue. And what you say, it was Mateo, I think, about this lack of public space for public debates with people who have different opinions, and not people who think the same. So I think that's a problem of legitimation, discredit or distrust and delegitimation of the scientist, and maybe because it's difficult in such debates or in social media to transmit really complex, I would say, things, and science is complex. And a last consideration was about COVID crisis. It was a personal opinion. I thought the problem was, at the beginning, we didn't know a lot of things. And as you said, science progresses, and sometimes we don't know, and it changes. And the politicians maybe hadn't courage to say we don't know and say something like in France, we don't need masks now at the beginning, and then 1 month later, we need masks. And I think it was really because it really damages, because you have to accept that sometimes we don't know things. And I think it's the case for us too, that what we teach may change maybe, and that we should accept that we don't have all the answers. And I think that's something that the scientific community sometimes tends to forget, and maybe not to give, to recognize.
No. There. So, as exciting as this is, we have maximum 8 minutes to answer these questions, and I'm pending other 2 questions. So should we give preference to answer this, and then we hear, or we hear very briefly? Very good. And Camil was before, and then yes, please. We can open all the discussions and keep them going in lunch. So please go ahead. Let's sit together.
Okay. So, to Katalin, I was a little bit puzzled. I'm a little bit puzzled and trying to wrap up my head about
the microphone.
How do you conceive the relationship between liberalism and science? Because on the one hand, you say, well, the liberal language, you buy into it, but it's not really valid anymore somehow. But then you define yourself as a staunch liberal. And I don't know exactly how to understand how you conceive the relation between the two. Yeah. I must say that if you understand liberalism as in this last answer, you seem to suggest, in relation to a question to alternative science, I would be very staunchly against. I mean, it's true that science is a fallible enterprise, but there is no such thing as alternative science. And actually, you gave the example of the vaccine. It's true that it was accelerated, but they followed all the scientific protocols in an accelerated way. And also, it was very, very clear from the beginning of the period of vaccination that the problems of the vaccine were more than minimal. So I don't think that there is a scientific debate there. So as a liberal, you can say, well, actually, you can have other position, because so I'm a little bit skeptical about it. But I see you already disagree, so I'm happy. I'm happy that you do it.
Yeah, but we're gonna. Yes, please.
Well, I just want to take a little bit the debate here, what you have commented about the institutions, the scientific institutions. I think that when we were in the lockdown, we saw those scientists as maybe authorities, to just people recommended some, some rules to be in health. So I think that maybe see them as authorities, related them as institutional politicians. So maybe it's there the lack of credibility of them. Also because I think we built this kind of society when if we have a degree, we have like a kind of status. And if someone is maybe recommended as something and he has like a degree and we see him as or her as a superior, we tend to not trust in them. Yeah. And maybe it's here just the problem of maybe in the case of the pandemic for doctors, or maybe what you were talking about historians, that maybe if we are talking about something and we don't react this trust in us, is because we build like this kind of society built on a status that it really hasn't much importance in that way. And that's it.
Thank you. So we will have a round of answers. Yes, Katalin, do you want to?
Liberalism. So I will start with Camil. No, we are all political animals, even though that we are academics, right? So we need to make transparent that where we are coming from, what are our worldview, because our worldview, our values, our understanding of the world, the most important things, will definitely have an impact how you select your methodology, your theories, what kind of data you are using. I'm talking about social sciences, and social sciences is about debate. Without debate, we don't progress, right? So no, I will discuss more likely entrepreneurship than equality, social equality, right? Because it is closer to home, right? So what I meant also about the anti-vax is that in the middle, when it started all over, I mean in 2020, was it 2021? Then it was a debate that we don't know how well it was tested, and it was an academic debate also. So we don't know where is this new vaccinations and how it was experimental and how it was, grounded. So that was, I refer to that, not now. We know all of it, right? So it's not that. To Stephen, what is democracy? Because democracy, from political science point of view, is a process, right? Everyday process. Beautiful. So, for example, our liberal democratic understanding is embedded in a contradiction. Is it liberal, or is it democracy? Is it individualism, or is it about the community, right? So, and not to talk about all other attributes, conservative liberal democracy, or, I don't know, illiberal democracy, or sovereign democracy. So, the question is that we are making, and this is exactly the same with extremism. This is a process, right? It is evolving. So, in this sense, because it is evolving, it is difficult to earmark to academia, because academia is also evolving. So in this sense, yes, you are right, we are living in post-truth, but I would say we are living in a parallel truth. So, yes, academia is divided. Academia is divided because it is polarized already within. So we are fighting about each other. We are just to talk, just as an example, in the GDR, when communism collapsed, all the researchers from the GDR university institutions were purged because they have the wrong truth, right? And there came the Westies who will give you the right truth. Huh? So, and this kind of purging is also continuing, especially during crisis. So, yeah, social media, once upon a time, it was about democracy, right? How it turned out. But I stop here, sorry.
I feel so terrible for stopping the debate. Are you sure? Yes? Okay, 5 minutes, please. So if you think, maybe Mateo can start, because we have the chance afterwards as well with...
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will try in 2 minutes. I'll try to be...
I appreciate that so much.
Extremely effective. So, what is extremism? I think that extremism, most of the time, is something which is involved with violence, which is something that we didn't mention yet. I mean, extremism is most of the time something that is connected with violence, because I can disagree with that, with every one of us, with every one of you, sorry, but I become extreme, but this is one of the ways in which we can frame it, when violence is involved. Any kind of violence, I'm not simply thinking about physical violence. The public sphere and the social media, you are right, Katalin, what happened, they were about democracy. It happened that we do not participate anymore. And this is what democracy is for an historian. From an historical point of view, the enlargement of the space of participation. Public sphere created many different spheres of participation, but they are closed. So I connect myself only with people that are already agree with me. And this is one of the problems we do have, and the lack of institution, like I was referring to parties, association, and whatever in what we call the civil society, is one of the big dilemma of our times, because otherwise the public sphere is fragmented, multiplicated enormously, but is homogeneous. And let me quote Carl Schmitt, can we have politics without clash? I mean, not a violent clash, but at least some healthy disagree. I think we cannot. I think we cannot. I mean, so maybe it's a bit too much Laclau oriented, these kind of things, but still, I think we need it. And we don't have gym anymore. We don't have spaces anymore where we can happily clash without violence, hopefully.
Thank you so much, Sergi.
Even quicker than Mateo.
Let's go.
About science and restrictions. Yes, so we live in democracy, so we have elections, and I think it's really hard to do certain things when you have an uproar of people claiming the end of restrictions. So even if science recommends that you do not enter with the car to the center of the town, maybe it's hard to do that, considering that you maybe have an election 1 year from here and you will be permanently attacked. I'm not saying it's not possible, but I'm sure it's something they think about before putting a restriction or not putting a restriction. And to Natalie, really quickly, again, I have to say that I think that a lot of people will enjoy the afternoon's session about the circulation. But I want to talk about algorithms and social media algorithms, because this is completely obscure. We don't know how they work, really. So, for example, I mean, for academical, sometimes it's really useful, because when you are studying extremisms, you just follow an extremist account, and don't worry, you'll have the rest of the work done, because every extremist, every other extremist related to that will appear in your screen. So, yep. Bubbles of information start to form, where there's a popular concept that it's called, it's not a nice word, but it's called the circle jerk, in which the members of the same group interchange their opinions, which are the same, to reinforce one each other. But they don't leave that bubble. So they reinforce every time, and every time, and every time, and they radicalize every time more, every time more, every time more. And every time that happens, it's harder for us to de-radicalize them. So it's constant back and forth, yeah.
I will take up on that concept in the roundtable after. Thank you. So, yeah, 3:15. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, online. Yeah. So now we have a lunch break. Thank you so much for so much implication and participation. We see each other at 3:15 as well for those that are online. Thank you again.
thank you everybody for being here today. I'm very happy to welcome you to the last roundtable of this conference, last but not least, and I really appreciate you for being here today. My name is Gwenaëlle Bauvois from the University of Helsinki, and I will be moderating this very exciting panel with my colleagues today. As you have understood very well throughout these 2 days, the Arenas project has 3 main themes: nation, science, and gender, and we have had round panels about these 3 themes. And this round panel is a little bit different in a way that it will explore a transversal theme, and today we will explore the theme of medium and circulation, obviously a theme that is transversal with all the themes of the project. And we have been touching upon already, of course, the idea of how these extremist narratives are circulating and how do they move around different kind of media sphere and political spheres, and what kind of medium are being used for this circulation. So this is what we are going to explore today. And when we talk about the circulation of extremist narrative, it's mostly in the political, but also in the media space through different medium, referring to the various mediums through which these narratives are disseminated, circulated, and utilized across spatial, but also temporal context. Of course, or as we have already discussed and touched upon many times during these 2 days, over the last 2 decades, let's say, the circulations of extremist narratives have surged, driven by the proliferation of diverse communication mediums, and of course the rise of the internet and social media has of course accelerated the viral spread of such narrative, amplifying their impact on societies globally. And these mediums of course allow extremist narrative to circulate from the fringe sphericals to the mainstream sphere and enable their rapid dissemination across national borders via the hybrid media system. And this system, this hybrid media system where content moves fluidly between different media types, allows also the users not only to consume the content, but also to produce content, to take the concept of producage developed by Bruns. So it really helps to also tailor to the needs of varied audiences. However, I want to make a point, and I think it's an important point, that we need to note that the circulation of extremist narrative predates the internet, because we are all the time talking about social media and the internet and so on. So we cannot entirely blame the spread of extremist narratives and the polarization of the debate only on technologies and algorithm, because of course today we are interested especially also in the historical roots, and our report is about the historical roots of extremist narrative. So of course we cannot just pretend that, okay, nothing happened before the internet and we have to blame the internet for everything. And for instance, I ask artificial intelligence to create an image to illustrate the circulation of extremist narratives. And you can see that it clearly, of course, not very accurate image and very dark, but the point I think that is really interesting here is that it really shows that when you ask about circulation of extremist narrative, it brings you social media. So you can see on this image, Facebook, X, Instagram, and so on. So it's often understood through the prism of social media and the internet. And of course, we need to go a little bit beyond that, because of course, while social media has indeed enhanced the viral reach of extremist narrative, these narratives have long been shared through other mediums, such as music, banners, posters, films, caricatures. We could talk also about graffitis. I don't know, there's so many kinds of mediums that have been also used in the past to share this narrative, but are still used today as well. So it's not only about the spread on the internet. And one equally important aspect we need to take into account is the recycling and adaptation process of extremist narratives. These narratives not only circulate across time and space, of course they do, but they also continually, they are being reinterpreted, they are being reshaped to suit new context. And that's what we will be exploring today in this roundtable. And although we are, of course, experiencing a unique political moment with the electoral success of the far right in various European countries, and we can, of course, argue that every political time are unique in their own way, but of course we live in this context and we cannot, of course, put that aside, that, of course, we are living in this time where the far right has been enjoying, let's put it that way, an electoral success that is, of course, very prominent. But many of the extremist narratives in circulation today are not new, and we need to remember that they are not new, they don't come out of the vacuum. They have been recycled from earlier periods, and the actors throughout this different period of time, they are reinterpreting these ideas and these narratives to fit more contemporary context and more relevant context for these actors at this specific moment of time. And despite these adaptations and these readaptations, the underlying ideologies and the underlying narratives that we can see often remain deeply rooted in historical precedents. And I think that we can all agree on that. It's something we've been exploring together for these past 2 days. So this pattern of recycling reflects the adaptability of extremist narratives, which allows them to persist across time and across spaces while remaining relevant to contemporary political and cultural environments. So this is just a brief introduction, and we will go deeper, and we have very fascinating case studies today. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists today. You have already met some of them, and they've been already enlightening us with their comments in other panels as well. And the first one will be on my right, Miguel Ángel del Rio, Associate Professor in the Department of Modern and Contemporary History in the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and member of the Center of Dictatorship and Democracy Studies that have been already mentioned several times. And his research focuses on the far-right studies, Spanish conservative parties in the 20th and 21st century, and the comparison of political history between European and East Asian countries in the 20th century, and is working in the task 3.2 about the historical roots of extremist narrative in VP3 in the Arena project. And we'll have the honor to hear something about how extremist discourses and narrative can often be embedded in current and popular music. So very exciting talk, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Gwenaëlle, for this presentation. We'll talk about a little bit about this kind of radical or extremist music. So extremist discourses and narratives can often be covertly embedded in a current and a popular music, often through lyrics based on nationalism or glorification of the past. The pursuit of extremes, often by the young people, finds a response in exclusionary and identitary rhetoric. Movements such as the white power music, including rock against the communists, rock, develop a message of hatred and identity-based and supremacism, grasping a powerful music and melodies that leave no one different. Many recurring ideas are shared, such as racism, anti-Semitism, anti-progressism, anti-multiculturalism, the glorification of the Nazism, and the odes of the heterosexual and male to force the white Europe, pagan or Christian, we will talk about, through violence and strength. This goes hand in hand with odes to the nature of the fatherland and the need to eliminate those who are not considered or are considered outside of the pure idyllic community. Muslims, Jews, foreigners, homosexual. Here we have some, presenting some examples of rock, is rock against music, communes, excuse me. In the case of rock music, but in its punk oi variant, we find its origin in the English working class sphere during the 70s, especially in the neo-Nazi skinhead movement and the political parties, National Front and British National Front. The music is based on punk oi music with skinhead aesthetic, combat boots, etc., lyrically based on hooligan culture of alcohol, patriotism, hatred and violent attacks against immigrants or refugees, the defense of the white Europe, the race war, anti-Semitic conspiracies, among others. One of the most important groups we can see here was a Screwdriver and its founder, Ian Stewart. He has an organization called Blood and Honor. It is the most important on neo-Nazi movement. But we can not forget another groups such as No Remorse, Brutal Attack, or School Head. Songs with titles such as Free My Land, Europe Awake, 46 Years, song in honor of the Nazi Rudolf Hess, Invasion, Voice of Britain give us an example of the songs and themes of these groups. In the case of rock music, but in its National Socialistic black metal variant, we have to go back to the origins of the Norwegian black metal, music essence during the 90s. Groups such as Burzum, we can see an image here, and its leader, Barbie Kernes, began to develop a new category of black metal music that was musically based on Norwegian groups such, for example, Mayhem, Terror, Immortal, Drag Throne, but the lyrics move away from the traditional Satanism towards to neo-paganism or Odinism, to leading to the extreme nationalist or national socialistic movement. Although Barbie Kernes, we have the image, is a neo-pagan white supremacist and has been arrested and found guilty of inciting riot violence in France as well, and weapons and murders. Now, Burzum music is in general never really went beyond the generic traditionalistic pagan themes. So, but that idea of the National Socialistic idea of the black metal was followed by a lot of groups in Europe. Especially in France, we have the group called Funeral or Kristallnacht. We have here the image. Peste Noire, the Germans Absurd or Aryan Blood, the Finns Guadmon, or the Greeks Godwulf, or the Russian Melov. Titles such When the Swastikas Light Up the Sky, Burning the Gates of Theon, Defenders to the Aryan Race, give us an idea of the theme of the songs. The cult of Nazism, anti-Semitism, odes to the white Europe, the odes to the national pagan cultures are recurring themes in all these groups. And if you can pass the next one. Here we have an example of the lyrics. We can write, we can see this lyric of Kristallnacht. United in a sign of salvation, I raise the emblem of Aryan Empire as a successor of the SS. I fulfill the will of my Führer. This strife of our victory, my life for our leader. I prize this following blood, and divine gift so precious. I heed the chants of agony on the path to our conquering battles. This strife for our victory, my life for our leader. Glory to you, soldiers of Germany. I'll never forget your acts. I hail those who died for the consecration of a new order, say hail. This is a kind of music of black metal, and there's a lot of band, it's Guadmoon, that it's in the same way. So I think it's this extreme music, we can find it, and we could talk more later, but you can find this music in all the platforms, digital platforms. So I think...
In and out.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah,
That's what is very fascinating about music.
Yeah, yes, totally.
Yeah, thank you so much, because obviously music has been an important medium for a lot of far-right group and neo-Nazi group, and again, they exist at the same time in and out the social media platform, and they existed way before, and it was really a mean for constructing identity and spreading this extremist narrative, and it's something we haven't touched upon yet, so thank you so much for that. Now we are moving to a different kind of medium, and I'm really happy to introduce my colleague Jure Gasparic, who is an historian. Most of you must know him. He's also research counselor in the Institute for Contemporary History in Ljubljana, and his expertise area are Slovenian and Yugoslav political history, Central Europe area in the 19th, 20th century. You can also, if I'm missing something, you can fill me in, and history of parliamentarism. And Jure will present like a totally different kind of medium that is going to bring another layer of understanding. You will be talking about posters and banners that are used as a means of spreading narrative through an historical perspective. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Glenn, for this nice, kind introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, since it's siesta time, after lunchtime, I decided to begin using the technique that we usually study in our project, storytelling. So let me begin with a very short story so that you won't fall asleep. Imagine socialist Yugoslavia, the country that doesn't exist anymore, in 1987. The country is already on its deathbed. And every spring in Yugoslavia, they held a ritual called the Rally of Youth. It is known thing in the socialism. The regime maintained the personality cult of the late Marshal Tito with this ritual. And this event was very important and also heavily supported by propaganda. And every year, among other things, a poster, a special poster, had to be made. And in 1987, the competition was won by that solution. And everyone was more than happy. The League of Communists, the army, all the commissions. But it soon turned out that this solution actually was not original, that it was a remake of famous Richard Klein's Nazi painting from 1930s. So the regime that built its ideological fundament on the anti-Nazism, anti-fascism, unknowingly decided for the picture from the Nazi times. Only the symbols, of course, were changed. The flag behind, of course, is Yugoslav. So I guess you all imagine after 2 days what I want to say, so I'll skip the depiction. I could tell you how the affair, of course, was born. Many were embarrassed. Gwen, unfortunately, won't allow me now to tell you how the affair ended, but it's very interesting because we don't have enough time. We can talk about this during the dinner. But let's go on step by step. This was only for the introduction. Let me briefly, in a minute or two, answer some basic questions about the poster as a communication tool, because I think it's very important because of what you said earlier at the beginning. It didn't begin with the invention of internet, the whole circulation with the extremist narratives. We have other media that are still present and very influential even today. Among other things, poster, I did a case study on collection of Slovenian poster, but I think if we take into account the literature, the findings can be generalized. You all know historically political poster appear in the 19th century. Mainly they initially provided information, but since First World War and after, in the interwar period, they became also a motivational tool. They spread idea and emotion, nationalism, hatred of the political opponent. The narrative, the image of the world during that times, of course, was quite simple, black and white, us and them, things that we have been addressing for the last 2 days. You remember Natalie's poster yesterday. It was a poster providing information, but clearly depicting goods and bads, jazz musicians and Volkslieder. Next slide, please. You have upstairs, right, and Arte te Musik. This is one of a kind.
So again, music.
Yeah, the jazz musician is clearly a monkey, so the message is quite clear. And arte de musique, help me, this is music without the artistic component. No? So, yeah, decadent. Yeah. Yeah. So much about history, but even with the appearance of other media, also later on with the radio in the Nazis time, you know, that Goebbels invented the Volksradio and the internet later today, the poster remained very influential. If you ask me, we could argue that it is one of the most influential media of modern times. And even now, at least for Slovenia, we can say we have research that the poster is in first place when it comes to recalling political content. When public opinion surveys, when they do ask people, what do you remember from the last elections, people recall the poster, the banner they saw on the highway, not all the content they saw on the social media. And elements of the poster also are present then in the social media. First you have to invent the poster, and then of course you input it into the digital world. So the poster is, we should not oversee its meaning. It's historically proven, cost-effective, simple, low-tech tool, and what is important, if you ask me, it establishes parties' physical presence. This is why all the parties use it, because they're not some abstract idea in the internet. They're there. They're here on the ground, fighting for you, near the highway, wherever. What to put on the poster? Well, as you know, the poster space is limited. There's only one page. We had a huge debate with Gwen when we were preparing this panel. She proposed that everyone should use only one slide, and we were all protesting. No, of course we need more. But well, when we talk about the poster, you have only one page. So what to put on? What did all the parties put on? Party's name. Often picture of the leader, because politics is of course very personalized today, and one strong slogan. These are three crucial elements, and this is feature of all parties. So this is quite boring media. There is not much place to.
Boring but efficient.
Boring but efficient. I agree. We can talk when with this question when I know. With this question, when, because I also addressed the question, the use of poster during the election campaigns and during referenda and otherwise. This is an important issue, but maybe we'll discuss it later if it comes out. Migrants, I studied the problem with the migrants, but if we focus only on the elections, I have to put one message on the table. Posters do target everyone, not just the target audience. There isn't any kind of filter like on the social media. So they have to be used wisely. You cannot just bump the general audience with one provocative message if you want to achieve something. You target everyone. And every political party, conservatives, liberals, right-wing, left-wing parties, even far-right parties, are aware of that fact, if you ask me. They use posters wisely. So the fundamental question is how to shape the message, how to tailor the message. We were mentioning the framing, other tools, they do use them. I do not have a lot of examples because of the limited space, but I'll pass this. But en general, we could skip to the last. This is, if I conclude, this is, let's say, signed official propaganda. Targets all, everyone is careful. It's clear and present, cannot be relativized. So it's not, en general, overwhelmed with extremist narratives. We can spot, of course, certain elements that help frame the narrative. So today, I would argue posters represent the door entry points to parties, to politicians, an invitation that is still quite polite, preferably universal. So if we connect this with the story from the beginning, what does it tell us? As those who base their ideology on anti-Nazism admired the Nazi poster because it seemed propaganda effective, and they also liked the narrative behind the glorious march ahead. Only the details were different. But during the war, as I mentioned earlier, posters were much more clear. The distinction between us and them was much more clear. And if we take a look at the last AfD campaign in Sachsen, in Thüringen, those three posters are from 1 month ago, we could spot that the message there is much more clear than it was on previous election or previous election. So we might assume that this party is now targeting everyone. They made one step ahead. So perhaps this could be a warning sign. And one more element I wanted to point out is the humor. You see the poster on the far right, Sommer, Sonne, Remigration, summer, sun, remigration. I mean, I think someone might assume that this is funny, but this is also a very powerful tool. How to normalize, how to relativize the extreme narrative, the extreme speech. You don't tell them, hey, peace off, go to Africa. You just send them on holidays during the summer times. I assume you all know this poster on the left. We take care of our children. This was very problematic because it was, if you ask me, more than clear. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Jure. And I think it's really interesting to talk about this medium because it's not a medium of the past. It is still used, but because people will be maybe growing with the internet might forget that it's actually something that is still being used, and especially in electoral times. And also that a lot of visual that you might see on social media, they do resemble kind of a virtual poster. So it is just a continuation of that kind of medium. And their goal is quite a lot the same. It's just that they might not operate in the same space, but they operate offline and online at the same time these days. Mm.
But they differ between each other because the ones on the social media, they're more targeted. They can be more concrete.
Yes.
The ones on the highway are much more hidden and yes, I mean, humorous.
Yes. Mm. Thank you. And now we are going back maybe to the realm of the internet with the next presentation of my colleague Yara Postigo-Fuentes. It's again fell, but so Yara is a researcher and lecturer at the Department of Romanistic at the University of Düsseldorf, and she's the coordinator of VP2, and we're really happy that she's holding that position, which focuses on the characterization and detection of extremist narrative from a qualitative and quantitative linguistic approach. And in her presentation, Yara will explore humor on the internet, especially through memes. So it's a kind of a continuation also from the previous one. So the floor is yours.
Actually, funny enough, we never practiced that. So it is great that it is kind of like, an introduction, soft one. So thank you so much. Actually, this is not new about the relationship between far right and memes, and there is a reason why it started being slowly studied. And I hope that after this presentation I disentangle it a bit, the different reasons, and particularly that I connect it with what occupies us actually in arenas, that is extremist narratives. Because, so I really like pushing the limits, so it fascinates me the idea of should humor have limits? And if yes, who sets the limits, right? I mean, that's always the discursive question about it. I will use the Spanish case as example, but this could be applied to many other cases. First of all, just a brief definition of meme, and I would like to go to the very first one because I think it was very good, very complete, and it is very accurate to what we understand nowadays as meme. And it comes from Richard Dawkins in the 76th book, The Selfish Gene. And he talks about meme being a significant part of culture, in this case, the online culture, that is expressed rapidly, typically taking the form of an amusing and thought-provoking image, video, or text that conveys humor, satire, or commentary on cultural symbols and social ideas. We all know that the memes helps us to express emotions, but as well for commenting on political issues, and it also creates communities, which is quite important in what I will explain ahead. As well, I think it will be very important to highlight two characteristics about the memes. One, it's how highly shareable they are, and that they have to be, and this is important, they have to be easily modified. And this is very important because of the concept of this round table. One of them, it's the circulation of narratives, right? I will start with this one. So I think this one doesn't need a particularly translation. We can see, a progression of time and different representations of what will be the particular needs of people in those times. And funny enough, I think that satire and parody have traditionally been tools for critique and entertainment, which already, when you create that means that you position yourself in the role of the underdog, the one that needs to rebel against the system, right? So this is already a framing part of it. As well, it has a very powerful use because it wraps up radical ideas in the form of humor that already Yara started to introduce in. And of course, that start being introduced in different bubbles that doesn't need to be particularly radical. Which is very interesting because that means that memes like this one, I have particularly many friends that have shared something very similar, if not the same meme. You can relate easily with them. In that case, you can start introducing people to more radical messages. In this case, we have already talked about the shifting of the overtone window once again. There it is. But as well, it is quite interesting, a phenomenon that happens, that it is called in the internet the red pilling. Okay, so do you have this image of Matrix having to take the red pill or the blue pill? Of course. So if you take the red pill, you start seeing the system as it is, so you are calling for action, right? So, by accepting these kind of messages that are more tolerable, you start skipping something that at the beginning could be censored by other publics. And with other publics, I refer to what we have been referring in arenas as in-between group, so people that don't belong to the in-group or the out-group. And in the internet, they are called the normies. So the other public that they are still in the middle of the cultural battle. Now, there is a very interesting character used, I think this is, in the meme sphere, it is called chat. The chat, the giga chat, has been used not only by the far right, because we have discussed that a lot. The chat is more an attitude. And it is an attitude of entitlement about the beliefs and ideas that you have, which is very powerful, whatever ideology you support. So the point is that the appearance of the chat, in this image, you can see the chat in the inferior part, the right. Okay, so it's this manly, handsome guy, heterosexual, cis, white. So this is how it is portrayed by the right or far right spheres. And anyways, it is an attitude of entitlement about my ideas are okay, meaning that that can lead to the complex situations like different attitudes. For example, being a racist. If you are accused of being a racist, but you are super entitled of that, you can say like, yes, you are holding it as a chat. which is very funny because the first appearance of the chat, it was versus the virgin. So in the meme sphere, it was chat versus virgin, which makes already an in-group and an out-group, right? I mean, who wants to be in the attitude of chat and who wants to be in the attitude of the virgin? So it is already giving you a character to identify. It is super interesting that I'm going on with this research about what characteristics are being attributed to the chat, particularly in different kind of polemics or different kind of points of history, but as well in general as a discursive analysis of the right-wing sphere, and particularly. I am very, I try to compare as well with other kind of spheres. In this one, for those that don't speak Spanish, you have the presentation of las pibas, it is a way of saying the girls, the woman. It says, I'm a millionaire, and she says like, oh, it's perfect. And then she says like, we have to kick out the moros, so it is, that it's already a way of calling the people from Muslim backgrounds that are immigrants, a very despective one. And he says, it is perfect, okay? So, you know, in a very short image, you are entitling a person with the message of being, not only being racist, but as well valuing that in the women that could accompany it, which already entangles together many different discourses that we have been once again and again and again discussing all these round tables. So for me, it is super important not only how the in-group is portrayed through the chat, but as well how the out-group is portrayed, that is often like the virgin, and the message that through the red pilling you are giving, you want to be a chat, you don't want to be a virgin, right? So, and that brings me to our favorite topics, narratives. So we have been talking again and again about a very typical arc of narratives about glorifying the past, distorting the present, and a promising future. So we have been observing by the analysis of data that we have been collecting about that memes very often are used for this glorifying the past. So I think the first one you can understand it is Spain before the Reconquista, Spain after the Reconquista. Everyone understands the concept of Reconquista. Very funny that we exported that term. And then we have a glorification of Francoism. So with Franco we lived better, or with Franco these things didn't happen. And it is irony use of, everything was so dark during Franco times, and then against the Phil Guy. Okay, Phil Guy is the neutral kind of person in memes, so you know, the normie that you can transform into a virgin or a chat. Sorry? Oh. And then you have another one that it is like, again, of course, criticizing Pedro Sánchez, that it is about the co-living, that it's the trend of young people to live together, which is already a mockery. But it contrasts with a glorifying past, right? So in this way, we have this glorious past, a decadent present, which is already seeding. If I have like this kind of memes, I get into these kind of circles that they start sharing these kind of discourses. It starts seeding the perfect context of the promising future. That it's the one that Sergi is going to explain ahead. So in this way, we have this context of like the arc of the narrative. Thank you. Please.
Thank you so much, Yara, for this crash course on memes and this introduction of this lovely chat. And very nice transition, because indeed, from the past, we will be going to the promising future with our last panelist, last but not least, a face that is familiar on this table today. Sergi Soler, who is a researcher with a background in contemporary history, and he's affiliated with the Autonomous University of Barcelona, and currently focusing his research on political communication, narrative building, and political history. And as I just said, he will be tackling something quite similar, but going to the direction of the future. So the stage is yours.
Thank you for the kind presentation. And thank you, Naria, for introducing a lot of concepts that I will also talk about here. So the first thing that I wanted to point out is that this division we made of the narrative about glorification of the past and depicting this decadent present and then promising a hopeful future, and we believe it's great and works really well, because at the moment we analyze a narrative, the more divided it is, the better we can get all the nuances and distinctions between these parts. So first of all, I wanted to talk about some topic that's already been discussed in this Congress, but I wanted to address anyways, and that's of emotions. Because I feel like we have a bit of misconceptions about emotions and how the right and the left uses the emotions. Because there are a lot of studies that I will, of course, not contradict, and I support, indeed. But there are a lot of studies and researches that link very much hate and fear and this kind of feelings and anger towards more the extreme right and the right side. But I think that when we divide the narrative like we did, we can realize that this part of fear and anger and hate, it's only present in the depiction of the decadent present, but not in the rest of the narrative. When you analyze the hopeful future, the extreme right also uses hope. And in a way, the Make America Great Again slogan, it's the yes we can of the far right. But it's hopeful for them, of course, not for us. But for them, it's hopeful, not fear. And the left is just the other way around. They depict a scary future. They also play with fear. They play with the fear of the extreme right getting to positions of power. And that's also fear. So both ideological sides use a lot of different emotions. It's not just the extreme right uses hate and uses anger and the left uses hope and common sense. They both use both feelings. And I feel like sometimes we overlook at that and we associate really quickly far right with hate and of course they use that. Of course they use that. But in the hopeful future, they use hope. And that's what I will be talking about a little bit here. Because when you depict a certain future, in order for them to vote you, you need to make them want that future. And how do you make them want that future? One of the elements you use is soft power. And soft power is a concept introduced by Harvard professor Joseph Nye. And he applied this concept to geopolitics. But I believe that we can very much apply it also when talking about narratives, because we are in the middle of a cultural war. So soft power will be used. And what is soft power? We've got, I'm happy I'm the last because I get to say that all of the panelists presented you with examples of soft power, which is ways of persuasion and ways of more on the cultural side of persuasion. So is it true that there are a lot of methods of diffusion and circulation of these
Sorry about that.
No. Recurrent problem.
Yes.
Where was I? Yeah. The rest of the panelists presented you with a lot of methods of circulation, but I want to go deeper into one of the most common ways of introducing extremist narratives to the mainstream public, and that's, for example, late-night TV shows. And I'm sure our Spanish audience will be able to think about some of TV late-night shows that supposedly are about entertainment. And when you you watch them, you expect to be like entertained with magic tricks or science experiments, or other TV late night shows where when you put them to watch, you expect to watch some cool like studies about aliens and UFOs and ghosts and spirits, but suddenly they are making speeches about anti-feminism, they are making speeches about white supremacism, or they are making speeches about how the Olympic Games at Paris were a Masonic ritual. And the mainstream public watches those shows. And this is a danger for various reasons. And I will go into especially two of them. The first one is that your ideological defenses, so to speak, are really low at that moment. Because you want to watch an entertainment show. And you think you are going to watch an entertainment show. So you are relaxed. You go back you get home back from work, it's 8 p.m., you make dinner, it's 9 p.m., you put the show and you are relaxed, you are chilled, you are not ready for a political fight because you think you are not going to watch any political discourse, any political message. So that is a way of let's say, introducing the message really slowly and start shifting little by little again the Overton window. The other element that makes these late night shows dangerous is that usually the emitter is someone you trust, is someone you associate with wellness, with entertainment, with relaxation. So it's like when your uncle or your cousin sends you a WhatsApp with news and you don't contrast the news because you immediately trust it. It's a similar way of trusting this person that you know that you associate with a moment of happiness and relaxation. So the Overton window, the Overton window moves. And the other day I was discussing with some colleagues about how it was really ugly, how it is really ugly to have 10,000 neo-Nazis in your country. Is it really ugly? But as long as you have 3 million normies, they won't win any election. At the moment that these normies, that this mainstream public start shifting and start buying into these narratives, then you have a real problem. So then when that happens, you start hearing these sentences and these phrases in bars and talking to friends, and they start saying something like, no, I'm not racist, but no, I'm not misogynistic, but feminism has gone too far. No, the immigration problem is, we need to take care of that. No, but I'm not racist, but. And those are the mainstream public. These people win or lose elections. So this is a real danger. Not only the 10,000 neo-Nazis. This radicalization of the mainstream, it's also a really, it's a thing to keep an eye out, for sure. And yeah, the next one, because I forgot to tell you to change the slide.
Okay.
It's my bad. Of course, not everyone watches the TV. And who doesn't watch the TV? Especially younger generations. So where do you find younger generations? Into social media, Twitter, but not only Twitter, TikTok, YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. There are a lot of places, and not to talk about subforums like Reddit, 4chan, 8chan. There are so many internet cultures that are extremely radicalized. I want to focus more on the example of TikTok, Shorts, Instagram Reels, because it's where the mainstream young people is. 4chan and 8chan are forums of heavy radicalization, but most of the people, the mainstream public, is not there. The mainstream public is on TikTok. The mainstream public is on YouTube. And I'm really happy also that Yara introduced you the term red pilling, because the podcast you can see in this image, it's called Red Pill Podcast. And it's about awakening from the matrix. And I will translate what this screenshot says. The translation would be something like, without men, women would die of hunger. And this podcast has millions of views. It's not something to ignore. And there are a lot of young people, and statistics say so, and a lot of data say so, that young people is heavily radicalizing. And they are, in fact, especially vulnerable to radicalization for their youth, for their inexperience. So this is also another thing to keep an eye out, because the message in YouTube, in TikTok, in this kind of social platforms tends to be a lot more violent, a lot more radical, a lot more direct, and it adapts perfectly to the 10 seconds video format, because you have the populist argument very easy to explain in 10 seconds.
Time out.
So, okay, sorry.
No, you can still finish.
No. I finish with that. Yeah, social media, another thing to keep an eye out, and mainly to prevent the radicalization of the younger people that will be the future voters. So, yeah.
Thanks, Sergi. This is a little bit worrying for sure, but this point about adapting the medium to the audience is a really nice way to move the conversation a little bit further. And of course, in today's media landscape is quite fragmented. As we all know, something we've been discussing already, and extremist groups or like influencers, like this podcaster, for instance, they will and they do tailor their messages to specific audiences across various channels, as we have been today discussing, using various mediums. Might it be on social media, might it be music, might it be all kinds of different mediums. And this targeted approach allows them to reach different demographic with customized content, which of course makes our effort to counteract their influence. It makes it quite difficult, it complicates things. And of course it also makes our effort to counteract their spread more difficult. Oh yeah, I'm not as close. Okay, it's better. I get carried away, so I forget the mic. So I wanted to ask you, how do extremist groups tailor their message to these different audiences? And what challenges does this pose for effort to counter extremist narrative, which is what we are trying to do in Arena's project? So maybe we can start with you.
Okay,
so
thank you.
To share your views.
I think in the case of extreme music, the main distribution of the channels are the new technological networks, internet, and mainly YouTube, Spotify, or Bandcamp. There, the groups themselves distribute their music without intermediates. Gone are fanzines, cassette trending, physical underground record stores, or labels such as PC Records, Panther Faust Records, Resistance Records, etc. Live shows, or maybe political rallies. Nowadays, you don't need to have, for example, to make music a big studio or big record label to make an album. Nowadays, you can record and master instruments at home using an easy-to-use program such Adobe Audition or Reaper. I think another interesting point is to talk about artificial intelligence and how this tool offers a range of possibilities, in this case for the music. There are so many, I think, reasons why not ideological people, especially young people, could attract by this kind of music. For example, in the extreme music, especially in the black metal, NS music, I think the fascination for the extremes with the music and the lyrics and the historical background of these songs, glorious to the past, the epic, the bombastic nature of the live performance. I mean, is you see black metal is everybody it's corpse prints, large flags, emblems, fire. They are covered and the feeling to belonging a big community. So this is a good point. I think that this is a ritual of the live music and also plays, in the case of extreme music, a fundamental role, especially in the case of this kind of music. And we can see, or we can find some festivals exclusive of black metal National Socialistic. One of the most famous, it's been held in Ukraine. Okay. Yeah, it's called Asgard Drey Festival. Some footage from last edition festival shows members of the audience widely giving the Nazi salute during the performance of the groups. And on the other hand, these kind of festivals provide an important point of contact for many far-right groups in this project to build a pan-European community of right-wing extremism. The festival has hosted an international conference of far-right ideologues where discuss topics such as Nordic paganism and metaphysics. I think
metaphysics.
Yeah, I think one idea that told Sergi is about this kind of programs talk about ovnis, metaphysics, and the relationships with the far right. So in this,
so then we have again the connection
yes.
with science,
yes.
which is unexpected.
Yes. Yes. So I think in the case of extreme music, I think the new technological networks is the key. I think in YouTube and Spotify and Bandcamp, you can find these groups. There's no, I think, there's no border or ethical border. So I think it's an ethical problem for this kind of network to ban directly these messages of hate in these massive platforms. I think that's for extreme music. I would say this is the case.
Yeah. So you think like it has really accelerated the spread of this narrative because they can reach their target audience much easier.
Yeah, sure. With
in and offline.
Yeah, with YouTube and Spotify and Bandcamp, you can find bands that you will never find by your own.
Yeah, because they're so marginal and so niche.
Yeah. So maybe if I like one kind of music, maybe I like black metal music, but it's not National Socialistic music.
No.
Yet, but I can find this group.
Yeah, and you might be able to recognize, but a lot of young audience might not be able to recognize that this is actually a neo-Nazi, neo-nationalist. Yes.
Maybe I like the cover art. Oh, I think that's cool.
Yeah,
let's see what people say, and this, I think it's dangerous because the lyrics are hate, 100%.
Yes, if I may, just one.
Jump in.
Yeah, about that, because I totally agree, because I suffered it in my own flesh when I was like 15, 16, I don't remember, and I've always been more into rap music, and I listened to this German rapper, and I didn't understand anything that he was saying.
Yeah, that's the language thing. So you like do you like the music? You like the medium, but you don't understand that it might be hateful.
Yeah, and it was a cool video clip with a cool music, and it felt pretty good. And then when I grew up and I went to listen to that, because one day I remember that German rapper. Let me hear it again, and I was like, oh my god, like. It was the most anti-Semitic neo-Nazi guy I have ever heard, and I was like, oh my god, how could I? But imagine the number of people that was victim of this, right?
Yeah, but music is really a powerful medium. Yeah. Like it has been way before the advent of the internet. But as you say, it's probably accelerating its spread and its reach. Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Jure. Do you have some comment or something you would like to share on that topic?
I might.
You might. I'm sure you do. So now is your time.
Only a thought or two. No, I think it's a twofold problem. One side of the coin are the niche groups that far right parties want to target. Okay, you can find a channel, you can find a group, and tailor the message. But I think that we all agree now today that the far bigger problem is the general public. It's okay, this is not original. Now shifting the overtone window. I mean, doing like I think that, Natalie, yesterday you quoted my dear Joseph Goebbels, and he said that we are the wahre Volksregierung. He said in that famous speech, I think we're not satisfied that if we win 52% of the voters. I mean, and terrorize the rest 48. Okay, they did that. They did terrorize the rest 48. But he said that we want to influence the other 48. We want 100 for us, and this is far the biggest problem. So this is why we have to be careful when mainstream media or posters, banners around the highways are there with a message that we would consider extreme.
Yeah, and a lot of these posters and signs, there is not so much control, and sometimes they can be because it's a public space, and we can see, like, for instance, this we mentioned yesterday, like this Nemesis collective in France, this feminist but anti-immigration at the same time, and they do use posters a lot, like feminist groups do. So then the message is a bit blurred, because if you don't know where it's coming from, it might give you the wrong message and just bring you to the direction where you were not expecting to go. Same with some of the German rap. So it's a bit of the same phenomena. Anna, Yara, do you have some thought on the topic?
Actually, yes, and I'm gonna focus on the second part of the question about efforts to counter extremist narratives, and I think a very important thing it is to actually define what are those extremist narratives, what are those narratives, because if not, how are we actually countering them if we cannot really shape them or think and reflect about them? And it is not a secret that I talk a lot about how we can reduce the narrative to the minimal unit. So what is like what does need to change of the narrative to make it a complete different narrative, or it is still the same one? And I think that has to do a lot with what we have been talking now, and it is the circulation of the narrative, because we have been seeing that the same narrative shapes in different ways, and that's how it travels through different times, different spaces, different mediums, but the narrative remains. So what is that core of the narrative? How can we go really to this note of the narrative, and how we can see, and this is the most important part, who goes under the umbrella of those narratives? And I think that's how we are going to see some patterns of the circulation. For instance, something that you all, I think, know, during the pandemic time, we saw a lot of anti-vax kind of narratives, and that they were against the measures of the government and so on. Suddenly, another kind of groups were joining there. So it were more illiterate kind of tendencies that will go under the same narrative, because they will have, we could suppose here, the same purpose, okay? So just different reasons, but the same purpose, okay? Now, there are other narratives that come together, and I'm not sure to what point it is for the same kind of solution. For instance, my brother goes to the gym, okay? He loves going to the gym. He is super well shaped, so he started checking videos about nutrition and how to do better sport and so on. And he knows what I study, okay? So he comes to me and he says, like, Ana Yara, the weirdest things happened to me. The next suggestion for my videos was about, it is called in Spain, seducers. So it is guys that... Yeah, so that they start sharing tricks for seducing and so on. And up to what point, you know, it is a very misogynist kind of perspective and so on, but you can say, like, okay, gym, these seducers, it's okay. But suddenly, he realizes that at the same time, it connects him to other bubble, that it is about imperialistic kind of glorification of the past. So people that will, go to the gym, seduce women, and as well defend the tercios españoles. So it is like the conquista. And he starts seeing this in a very weird way, and I find it fascinating. I love this, and to connect it with our third topic, because we already connected with gender, and we already connected with nation. Now, these bubbles connect with another bubble that they are related with the Annan Bomber. Do you know this person? So he writes a manifesto regarding science and so on. So it is very interesting how, again, we see those groups connecting with science, right? I mean, and he only wants to go to the gym, okay? I promise you. He has no other tendencies. But that's how you start getting into those nodes. And if you see it from, like, if you see the connection of Telegram channels, how they feed each other, like you can see the metadata on how they feed each other different materials, it is very interesting what nodes they connect. And I insist, maybe we need to really reduce those narratives to the minimum, so to see what actually it is that they are sharing, not the shape of it, which is very interesting, of course, from a linguistic point of view, I mean. But as well, to understand what motivates it to share it from one point to another, and then it is when I think we can suggest how to counter them. But first, I think we need to understand that part.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And I think your brother's example is a good example, because they are exactly, they are exactly a target. And I think research has been done on that. And some researchers have been creating some fake profiles on social media to see what kind of videos and content would be proposed to them. And for instance, if you are like a young man who is into sport, your probability of being exposed to extremist content related to the manosphere or to anti-immigration group is much higher than if you are, let's say, a 50-year-old woman. So, and it's exactly when we talk about the targeting of the audience, and it's something that, of course, is due to the algorithm that is provided by the platform. And of course, we go back to the issue of the responsibility and the accountability of this platform. And yeah, because you say we need to understand like the chain of this. But at the same time, something needs to be done if they are identified, and they've been identified, and what is being done by the platform to try to break these chains.
Yeah,
so that's a very big topic that we will not solve today, but it's obviously a very important part of the series. Not tomorrow either. Maybe at the end of our project we will have like a better idea and some solution on that for sure. Yeah, I had more questions, but maybe I think since we've been talking quite a bit, we could perhaps open to the audience to make it a little bit more conversational. So
everyone is tired.
If everybody's tired, if you are tired, I have more questions to our esteemed panelists. But if they are okay, so there are plenty of questions. So let's take a couple first. If you can maybe bring the mic to the gentleman in front. I think he was the first to raise his hand. So many questions, so many hands up.
Short question.
So let's the short question, and we try to take a few. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I was moved by the meme that you shared about Pedro Sanchez, and it made me think that memes have always, or many times, they have a component of truth. That's something that we don't want to see many times because the truth is inconvenient or doesn't agree with our beliefs. But sometimes they hit a nerve, or they say something that is a real problem, like the living, housing problem now in Spain and whatever. But something that I never hear around is that being right about the diagnosis of a problem, it doesn't automatically imply being right about the solution. There is a big difference on the diagnose, on the right diagnose and the right solution. And the far right, sometimes, and we have to agree that, sometimes they hit real problems.
Of course.
Yes, of course, yes.
And that's
why it works.
That's why it
Exactly.
works. Because sometimes the left, they don't want to talk about those problems, or they even deny them. It's like immigration, okay? Can we open immigration completely 100% to everyone who wants to come to the first world? No, but no one will agree on that if we are discussing on a left side informational cage or tourism. Yeah, everyone is about for sustainable tourism, but what does it mean? Where is the red line? Yeah, who can come? We can increase the price of the plane tickets and then only the rich can fly or whatever, or we can put like a number of flights per person a year. No one wants to really discuss this problem. So the far right are using them. And they, of course, they come with their non-solutions or whatever, crazy ideas that are emotionally and easily understandable for the people. But there is a responsibility also on the left and the progressive side of the society to really address honestly these problems, and they are not doing it in many occasions.
Thanks for your comment. Question. I think there was a question on this side, and we take on the other side. Yes. Okay.
Me first? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see much with the light, so.
I have a question for Yara. At first, you were talking about what to do with these counter narratives, and you said the most difficult question of all time, which is, can we like censor or not? And I think that this question is, well, unresolvable, because where do you draw the line? That was the question.
And who?
And who draws the line, which is also very, very interesting. Do you think that these questions attempt to freedom of speech? Because many people would say that this is censorship, and that we must admit everything under freedom of speech, because we think that we are in a democratic society where all opinions are valid, or not. Because, for example, we can see with memes that we have seen here, and I would add another one of Elon Musk, who said a few days ago that with Taylor Swift that he would give her a child. So is this freedom of speech?
And protect her cats.
And protect her cats. So how can we fight against that? That's my question, because that some people might see that as freedom of speech, even though it's absolutely horrendous, and many people would see that as maybe even a crime, sexual abuse, sexual assault, or something like that, even if it's digital. So what can we do against that if the question of banning some narratives or some messages is discarded?
Thank you. And Natalie, you had some quick comment or question?
And there are Camil.
Yes, there are more coming.
No problem. Yes, I was very happy that you were talked about posters, because when I have a class about National Socialism and the rise of National Socialism, I once said, yes, the posters were the social media of today, and that's true that Goebbels wrote already in the 20s really a text about how to use posters for propaganda already in the 20s, and where were the best strategies to shape the message in a poster, and that were really the main media, and it was about, as it is today, about getting a dominant position in public space, and where they use posters and radio, Volksempfänger, and now social media. So I say it's really important. I just wanted to say, you show this AfD Poster, Familie, Kinder schützen, yeah, wir schützen eure Kinder. Also when I see that, I didn't know, I knew the two others, but not this one. I really, I see old Nazi really painting. I think of a painting with parents and the three, and I think it's four, the four children, blonde, you see, the blonde, and with the two parents, I think it's supposed to be a home or something like that, but
Yeah, like
really,
a roof.
yeah, really, as the image, the iconography here, I think it's really,
it's quite obvious.
yeah, really striking here, I would say. So yes, it was just my comment here.
Yes, yeah.
And
No, not
I just wanted to add that in the East German regions, there have been really a battle over posters, such as posters of ecologists, also die Grünen, were removed and systematically removed when they were, and otherwise sometimes they try to modify the posters of AfD or
I wanted to
NPD.
address this topic.
Yeah,
It's
but
very important topic.
they're still relevant today. That I wanted
Yes.
to say. So this presence in public
Absolutely.
space
Yes.
with
Same
other
thing
ways.
in Finland, you remember, Katalin?
And
Yes.
the posters are, there was the virtual space in the internet, but also the physical space, I
Yes.
would say, in the
Give
streets.
one back, please. You see, I wanted to address this. This is the one, a far-right party leader. Initially, he doesn't have a mustache.
Yes, we were wondering. Yes.
Some left-wing activist, I assume.
Yes, and it goes both ways. Yes, yeah. Yes, yeah, but we see the same phenomena. If you don't mind, we'll maybe answer the first batch of questions and then go back to you. So we would like to answer to the comment or question of the first commenter.
I can, because I agree very much. Again, this is a twofold problem. First thing, I'll focus now on the Slovenia, Croatia, etc. First thing is that the other parts of political space do not address these questions. Realpolitik, they do not do that. And the second thing is that in the media space they're not proactive. The far right is much more proactive. They're dictating the tempo. They are then countering, and this is not a very successful scenario. But I'm right about that. We had huge number of immigrants, and no one knew what to do, how to approach, and far-right parties didn't know that also.
No,
of course not. But they addressed the problem. They use the problem.
Yeah,
they would be
pretend
on the
to have
government.
solutions.
Of course they
Yes.
they don't, and
yes.
And they don't, and they're not giving any hope. I disagree here with Sergi. Make America great again. What does again mean? Some other America. I mean, it's a past narrative. All the far right narratives are somehow, if you ask me, connected with the past.
Thank you. And there was a question for you, Yara, more specifically.
No, but I would.
Yeah, go ahead.
To address also your intervention, because you talk about something that we actually were discussing at lunch, and with also my colleague Marta, and we were talking about what happens, right, to the difference between the working class people and the more economically comfortable people. Because a lot of restrictions are suffered much more by the working class and end up turning to the far right, as you said. So I just wanted to say that I agree with you, and that we should find ways also to first solve certain problems of the working class and then putting some restrictions. It's like in Madrid, just recently, a judge allowed again all cars to go into the city. And Vox claimed that as a victory for them, because they were the ones who tried that. And they claimed that as a victory, and as a victory for the working class. And a lot of the narrative that they were building was about they were the true defendants of the working class, not the left. Because the working class don't have electric cars, don't have even mild hybrid cars. Because they cost, an electric car costs 50,000 euros. And who is going to pay 50,000 euros? So first give me solutions, then let's go to that. But there's a clear distinction between who suffers the consequences of certain new regulations, and the working class certainly suffers them first.
Do you have some comment?
About the far right, how to combat the far right discourse.
I try.
How to fight the discourse of far right. It's a complex question and answer, but I think the idea it's the far right. It provides identitarian responses and answers. Is the answers to complex, and socioeconomic, problems. So it's more easy to say that a hospital doesn't work because there is a lot of refugees inside the hospital. No, it's because there's no money inside making new infrastructure, new doctors. It's easy. It's about, Sergi said about, it's more easy to get this solution to complex and economic. And I think when you arrive at home at 8 o'clock and you have this kind of programs, it's more easy. I think it's more complex that. But I think the identitarian responses, answers at questions that are more complex, I think it's the key to understand, but it's more complex than that, I think.
I remember Le Pen, the father, who said in
Microphone, because it's being streamed.
I was remembering in that way of the easy solutions, Le Pen, he said in one election campaign,
1 million unemployed, it's 1 million too much immigrant. Simple solution for very difficult problem that cannot be solved just like that. Exactly. So I think it's, yes, and usually a lot of this party might not be in power, so they don't even have the power to change the policies, but they will say that they can do it, that they have the solution. Yes. So, Yara, maybe if you want to answer the question of...
Yes. I will try to answer both, because I will take the lead of memes have a component of truth. I think humor has a component of truth, and that's what makes it funny. It's make it relatable. It makes it, it start using stereotypes and common ground. Definitely, when we make jokes, there is a lot of theories of humor, what makes something funny. And sometimes we go for the basis, like if it is offensive, it is not funny, isn't it? A little bit. So what makes it funny? So if we even recognize that it is funny, so we understand that there are certain common grounds. For example, if I do certain jokes about women, it is not the same as if other people, namely maybe 50-year-old white men, make a joke about me, being a woman. So there is a discursive idea, and that relates to the freedom of speech, and that relates to the freedom of humor. So putting limits to it, it's like putting limits to the context itself that it can be told. I don't have an answer or what we should do or not. Definitely my suspicions are about all this, about what is the information that it is given in a meme or the humor, but not only that, who says that, for what intentions they are said, and why they say it now, and how they are going to be shared. So I think for answering these kind of questions, we need to give a step back and start looking at the whole thing, which brings me, funny enough, to the solutions versus problems. So something that we have been agreeing is about how narratives have been more about the problematization, and maybe the part of extremism is the one related to solutions. So maybe we could explore in those directions. And regarding freedom of speech, something interesting that I have been crossing again and again, it's about political correctness and censorship and dictatorship of progressism. And I think the problem is that we are buying those frames, because freedom of speech, I think it affects all of us. And in the moment that we accept the frame of you know, of being censoring, or the idea of progressism is making me in the cage of a dictatorship, and I cannot say anything because now everything is political correctness. I am actually selling the concept of freedom. So, you know, it should not be the honor of someone in particular. So I think we should, I don't have a straight answer on that, but I think I wanted to touch upon certain topics that we need really to think about and to address. And when we address these kind of things, we cannot really obviate the frames that are going around and that we need to address, because everything that it is not explicitly addressed, it goes in the unconsciousness, and then it goes part to the hegemonical frame, and that's it. So I think we really need to look at them and face them and say, like, okay, so freedom of speech, I understand that this is a problem. Let's face it. Let's discuss it. I don't have a solution, but I think here in the debate is where the solution is. So, yeah.
Thank you. So we have time for a couple of questions. Who has the mic? So maybe, yes. Couple of questions and try to make it quick.
Okay, I have
you.
a little question for Miguel Angel. About metal, I have a question. Metal is extreme. What is extreme music? I mean, you show National Socialist black metal. Okay, this is extreme, of course, but black metal, I'm not sure. For example, the lyrics or the style of music could be considered as extreme. Okay, or this is the public. This is mainstream, not mainstream. And metal could be very soft and became mainstream too. Or I think about Gojira, it was during the Olympics. They are ecologists, they are leftists. This is really famous. And some mainstream artists are more extreme to me, like Michel Sardou. I don't know if you know Michel Sardou.
Nobody knows
he's
outside
really
of France.
Very famous in France, but he's really extreme. Anti-feminist, no abolitionist, about the death penalties, colonialist, everything. And this, no one is saying Michel Sardou is extreme, you know. So maybe we have to consider also the center, because this is a common sense in also for the metal heads to say metal is extreme, but in which sense?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry
for my English.
Like, okay. Yes. Yes, and then you. Yes.
To Yuri and Ainara.
I cannot hear, sorry.
Yes.
To Ainara and Yuri about humor.
Oh.
I think this is really important to put on the table, because one of the difficulties of the left is just that the far-right people are much better entertainers. So how to counteract that? How to counteract the fact that they're so good entertainers, you know. Trump is a very excellent buffoon as well, not as talented as Berlusconi. Everything started with Berlusconi, obviously, but you can think of different people who use humor as different leaders, right? So beyond the meme. So the question is this: is there a specificity of the far right humor? The second question is to Miguel Angel. Like, in some sense, he was everything predictable, right? About this section of the black metal. I mean, black metal means a lot of things, right? So, was there anything surprising, right, about looking into the bunch of this guys? You know, aren't you tempted, for instance, to look a more transversal, successful groups that actually have more oblique strategies, like Rammstein, for instance. Rammstein is famous, but it has more oblique, very fascinating, I think, ways of bringing certain themes and feelings as well, emotions, into the public sphere. And to the Sergi, the last question, I think one of the interesting things is that it doesn't work like negative and positive emotions, hatred and joy. Actually, what these populist leaders are very good at are mixed emotions, right? So, for instance, joyful spite, right? Trump is brilliant at that, you know, the type of joy that is brought about by humiliating the other, like bringing down the other, for instance, through humor, but not only, right? So it would be really fascinating in this catalog of emotions and passions that are brought about to actually examine mixed complex emotions as well.
Thank you. And we are like running out of time, so I guess we will not take more questions. I'm sorry. Or one more? Can we squeeze one more if you make it super quick? Yes, you were like asking for the mic.
Just that I miss solutions. I think it's when lies a lot the problem, but the solutions are very few. And something that it is happening already in the networks is the fact checking.
Fact checking, yes.
And I think there are very powerful people who are working on that, and I think it's much better to counterfact one of these messages with facts which contradict what they are saying about immigration or crime and immigration, these kind of things, which there are plenty of messages where they are simply fake, they are not true. They are using data that someone has said, and it's taken as a fact, and when you go to the real statistics, very often it's not the case. So I think this is a powerful, and this is very much connected with the responsibility of science in providing this data, providing these facts, which really contradict some of these very powerful messages of the right.
Thank you. So now you have some time to answer the questions.
Okay, thank you for these questions. What is extremist? A metalhead? Heavy metal is extremist, is extreme heavy metal. If you make this question to people that listen, for example, pop music, yeah, it's maybe extreme, but the lyrics not. Yeah, in the heavy metal you can search lyrics from history, from whatever. Yeah, so I think music in this case may be extreme. How to play this music, it's the power of the guitars, the bass, the drums, etc. Yes, the distortion, the speed, yeah, maybe extreme for a pop music, but lyrics not. When you say the black metal, yeah, it's a lot of kind of black metal, sure. And for a metalhead, if I like heavy metal, traditional heavy metal, for example, Iron Maiden. For me, if I like Iron Maiden, yeah, I like this kind of music. For me, extreme music, it's black metal, death metal, doom metal. Why? Because they are more aggressive. Music, more distortion, more speed, guttural sings. So this is extreme. But the lyrics not. In the case of black metal, there is a lot of families. In this case, I was speaking about the National Socialist. It's few groups about that. Especially the black metal, the most important is Norwegian. In Norwegian, there's a lot of kind of lyrics, especially odes to the nature and to the history, and especially to the satanistic lyrics. Why? They thought that the enemy of the nation, the culture, of the Viking culture is the Christianism. So the way to be anti-Christian is to be Satanist. So the next step was passed to be Satanist, to be paganist, Odinist. And the next step is to be National Socialist. But there's a lot of groups that they are on their lyrics about Vikings and this era. Is this extremist narratives? No. The next pass will be to be a National Socialistic group? No. So, and there's another way to see this. If my lyrics are based on historical legends, is radical? For example, in the case of Spain, if I make a song about El Cid Campeador, this is radical? If I make a song about Torquemada, this is radical? Yeah? Sure. If I told in Catalonia about Almogavers, it's radical? Every nation has its own legend and the heroes. So this is an interesting question. We can talk more later.
Yes.
Yeah. And about Rammstein. Oh.
We don't have much time. So.
Okay. For me, Rammstein, it's not white music. It's not National Socialistic music.
Of course not.
So Rammstein, it's powerful. The shows with fire are great, and it's German, so the lyrics are in German, so it's more powerful. So a lot of people that listen for the first time, Rammstein, oh, that sounds very, very heavy, and maybe it's malefic, or maybe it's evil, or maybe it's something relationship with a Nazi, but not. Okay, we will talk more about that.
Yes.
Yeah, excuse
I
me.
think it could be a discussion.
Yeah.
It's more is really passionate by the topic, obviously, and very knowledgeable. So we really have to wrap up quite soon. So would you want to maybe comment as a way to conclude about this question that was asked about, is there a specificity of humor for the far right?
All in all, no.
Goodbye.
Of course it is.
Yeah. Go for it.
There are disagreements.
Go for it, Yara.
No. After you.
No. So definitely in general, something very typical on a joke, it is if it is a fast joke, it is you have to use a stereotype that it is in the head of everyone, and the point of perpetuating certain narratives for the fact of using the same stereotype that will make easier to connect with certain frames are usually related to the right. So, of course, because you have an hegemonical idea of things, and it is going to be easier to use that kind of stereotypes in this sense. However, I think we have fantastic humor as well in left-wing sides. For instance, we have a lot of submersive humor. I already, in November last year, I already posted the example of making jokes about the José Luises or the hombres, that it is the idea of making, so usually the victim in a joke will be the woman, so it is about making the joke about the person that makes the offensive joke. So it is so the fact that you can create this kind of things, and this is very new, but I mean we have been seeing the carnavales of Cádiz exist for a very long time, and I will not say that they are the right-wing typical humor, but it is true about this particular part that and that really bugs me about how humor can disrupt or perpetuate certain narratives just because of the fact of like creating like the image in your head. But I want to hear Jura's answer.
Yes.
No, we don't have
to wrap up, no, do you have a final word?
Lunch.
Very quickly, some final words.
Just so he doesn't left unanswered.
Yes, that's good.
I'm sorry to tell that I kind of disagree a lot with your vision on fact-checking, because I think it has proven that it does not work. And in Spain, we have a really common sentence or popular sentence that goes dato mata relato, which would translate to data kills the narrative. And I think this sentence is a narrative. So it's quite ironic and I think untrue. And I could use the example of that we were talking in the science panel about the pandemic and how scientific institutions, scientific committees, experts from all around were being really pedagogical about what we needed to do, and people still didn't trust anyone. And they didn't trust the vaccines, and they didn't trust the measures, and they didn't trust... So I don't think, of course, we should keep doing fact-checking. It doesn't hurt. But I don't think it helps us win anything. I think we need to take another approach. Yeah.
I agree very much with Sergi. I agree very much. It's proven. Unfortunately, it's proven. Yeah. Fact-checking.
Yes, unfortunately. Yes.
Doesn't help.
And unfortunately, this is the end of our conference. And a big thanks to our panelists.
Big thank to the moderator.
And to, thank you, and to the organizer and to the audience. Thank you for sticking with us until 5 o'clock on a Friday. And now the floor is to few goodbye words.
Of course.
Until 5:30.
No.
Sorry. actually really 2 minutes only to say, really, for closing this conference, to thanks everybody, and to say only a couple of things also maybe from people that are in live streaming or maybe see the recording session of this conference, that with our group inside Arena's team, we are now, well, publishing a report about historical roots of extremist narratives that will be soon online, and also a podcast that is called Extreme Europe, made by 2 students of our university last year, together with the Arena's team. And I want also to thank Firdaus Alawi and Gabriel Val. Then that our research in this different work package of this big project will continue in the next 3 years, more or less, 2 years and a half. So studying the circulation in political sphere, so in the parliament, and will be in a seminar in Ljubljana next year. And then the circulation in the media sphere, so all traditional and social media. And there will be a conference in Helsinki in 2026, and before a seminar also in Sergi, Paris. No? So if you are interested in that, I hope that in the next year we have more data, but more also, well, suggestion also to try to fight against the circulation of extremist narratives, and so make more strength our democracy. I want also to thank all the people here in CCCB, Marsala mostly, that help us, the people from the streaming team, and obviously Cedid, Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona, all the Arenas project. And, many thanks to the teams of UAB, so Miguel Angel and Sergi mostly, and obviously also Adriana, Julia, and Neil that help us these couple of days here in the debate and the organization. And, we were just talking about music, so Joe Strummer, that I prefer compared to metal, say that the future is unwritten. And so let's see how will be the future, and maybe we discover something in Arena's research. And quoting Leonard Cohen, I hope not to see as him in Democracy, a song of 30 years ago, that I've seen the future, brother, it's murder. I hope not. Thank you, everybody, and have a nice evening.
you.